the board meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, January 28th, 2026, and it is 10:17 a.m. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. Chair Lieber.
Present.
Vice Chair Gaines.
Present.
Member Schaefer.
Present.
Member Vasquez.
Present.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Present.
Okay, members, a quorum is present, and the board meeting is called to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please stand, and we'll be led today by Vice Chair Gaines.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I think I might be having a little difficulty with an echo in my microphone. Don't have a cell phone near it. So we'll just keep moving and we'll check that out as we go. Okay, is that better? Okay, we'll try that. That sounds a lot better. Okay, fantastic. We will move on to our member opening remarks. If any, are limited to 3 minutes each, and we'll go to our vice chair first.
Okay. It's with a heavy heart that I stand here today to remember my dear colleague and friend, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. And I had the privilege of serving alongside Doug, as did our chair, in the State Assembly and for a period in the Senate for many years. And we worked side by side on issues that mattered most in our rural communities in Northern California. Doug was a fourth-generation rice farmer from Orrville, a true son of the North State. He brought that same grit and common sense approach from his family farm to the Capitol. In the Senate, I watched him fight tirelessly for water rights, property protections, and relief from over-regulation that threatened family farms and small businesses. When he moved to Congress in 2013, representing California's 1st District, Doug carried that same dedication forward. He championed our agriculture, forestry management, wildfire prevention, and infrastructure in our rural areas. He fought to keep American farmers feeding the world while protecting our way of life from federal overreach. Doug was authentic to the core. He loved his family, his faith, and his region with unwavering conviction. He led the effort for a Bible study in the Capitol when I was there, which I attended along with the work of Pastor Frank Erb, who we're going to hear from soon. And I just wanted to share a little personal story, but you know, I'm a car guy, and I know that David is too. And so was Doug LaMalfa. So we'd have great conversations about cars, and he liked muscle cars, in particular Ford Mustangs. And I remember we went to an event in the North State in his district, and of course he'd always drive his muscle car to the events. And it just so happened I had my daughter with me, and she loved Mustangs, and I had told him about that, and he goes, well, let me take her for a test drive. So he found that we were in an area that was pretty rural, and he was burning a little rubber as he took off with my daughter in the front passenger seat, but she to this day remembers that, and it was really thrilling. And that was Doug. He had a couple of different muscle cars, but just a great down-to-earth guy that I think always tried to work across the aisle. That was always my sense of him, and very authentic, and he will be greatly missed. He had a great family, I think 4 children, if I'm recalling correctly. And so there'll be challenges not having him. He served I mean, he worked all his life, really, because he was a farmer, and then he served in the legislature. He never really got the opportunity to retire, but I know he's in a better place. So God bless Doug LaMalfa, his family, and the many people whose lives he touched. Thank you.
Members, please stand in honor of Doug, a great public servant. Just take 30 seconds to remember him and his dedication to the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add a note before we go on to Mr. Vasquez that the overwhelming impression of Doug LaMalfa that everyone, every single person was left with was a real true gentleman, a very generous man, both in his teachings about the issues relating to agriculture, the way he led his family, and just his demeanor within the Capitol community was so impressive. There were many, many connections across party lines due to Doug LaMalfa that no one even really knows the story of. But a real California gentleman through and through. And so we'll go on now to Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair, for sharing that. You know, I never had the opportunity to meet him, but I heard a lot of good things about him. And as we talk about, and I'm a big muscle guy, car guy,
Yeah.
so I'm sure we would have had a good time had I had the opportunity to sit with them.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, and it's sad, given these times that we're seeing on, not only in California, but in the U.S. right now that are going on. And public servants, you know, while we all take this risk, you know, he happened to fall short. I think he was only 65. He was young. But with that, I'd like to just open up with a few moments to speak on behalf of a couple things that just happened recently. And for many of us, you know, we just finished celebrating and honoring Dr. Martin Luther King, you know, and I'm sure you all participated. I had the opportunity to participate in our parade back in LA this last Monday, the 19th, and it just reminded me of all the activities that he was doing, you know, during his whole lifetime. You know, he traveled throughout LA, well, throughout the whole country, but in LA, he had such a big impact, especially during the Democratic Convention back in 1960. And then, of course, during the whole civil rights, you know, movement, specifically the Watts Rebellion that happened in '68. I remember as a kid, everybody was really worried about, you know, things that were going to just blow up, and he had such a calming effect and did it all in a very peaceful way, even though sometimes he was treated with violence. And just wanted to, one, honor and recognize him for all his duties and responsibilities that he had. I mean, additionally, you know, he had thousands of people participating with him on several of his marches and rallies throughout the country. So I just wanted to mention that. The other big thing, the second one, I guess, for me is, as we think about the contributions that King did, especially around Black History Month, which is coming up in February, right around the corner. And then I'm reminded of this young man, actually he's from California, Alex Arnolds, I believe it was, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, you know, who just finished scaling this building, and I believe you're a climber yourself.
Well, no, I'm not, but I admire what he did
Yeah, without any ropes
with
or
El
anything.
Capitan, right?
He
With
did
no
El
ropes.
Capitan not too long ago, and now he just did this building recently, which, you know, without any harnesses or ropes, and it was just amazing. And apparently, it was up like 1,667 feet tall, this building. I just can't imagine. I mean, I think I'm not afraid of heights, but when I get in some of these tall buildings and I look out the window, and we're inside of a building, here this guy's sitting outside, so just wanted to give him kudos for that.
Was that in LA? I'm just curious.
I believe it was actually, the tower was, where did it say? It was, it doesn't say.
That's all right. It's
Yeah.
quite a feat. Wow.
It was, the building's named the Taipei, Taipei 101.
Taipei.
Taipei, right? Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm assuming it was out,
Thank
but
you.
yeah, it was just unbelievable when you look at it. And last but not least, I just wanted to, literally, the cost of lives as we're seeing these folks, poor folks that are trying to support and help many of our workers, not only here in California, but throughout the country. What just happened in Minnesota, I just can't believe what's going on. Taking somebody's life, whether you agree or disagree with somebody, is just such a hard thing to do. And I know many of us, might have differences with folks, but it's heartening to see that what's going on in the country right now. And hopefully, as we see more electeds engaging in this effort, that we're hopefully able to convince our federal government to maybe stay down a little bit and hopefully not be so aggressive on this issue with immigration. In my district, just last week, we had this poor man who was following all the procedures. He actually went in for his appointment to deal with immigration, and he got detained, and they sent him out. And, as much as they say they're trying to go after the drug dealers, which I get, people that are criminals, but we're finding so many people that are just trying to do work, trying to survive, and are getting picked up and detained and shipped. And it's just breaking up a lot of families, so it's kind of sad to see that. But with that, I'll turn it back to our chair.
Thank you. And we'll go to Mr. Schaefer now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm most impressed by the civil rights legislation that came out of the Lyndon Johnson administration, but that was prodded by, and I think developed by, Martin Luther King. There were many presidential conferences between Martin Luther King and LBJ, and LBJ ended up being one of the leading presidents on civil rights we've ever had, and so that's very important. And when I joined city government at age 27, city and county government were all white, and we did have our first black member of the city council, who went on to become the first black member of the Board of Supervisors, and California elected its first black superintendent of education. So, it's just a rolling ball of progress, starting with Martin Luther King. I had significant comments on a couple of other things. I always mention a birthday. Today is Alda's 90th birthday from MASH. I never met Alan, but I knew Captain B.J. Honeycutt, who's Mike Farrell, and Mike's lifetime crusade is anti-death penalty. He travels around the country and speaks to governors and legislatures against the death penalty. And I've had lunch with him and presented him as a speaker, and so I have a lot of respect for that progress meeting too. But I think the most important thing today I want to mention is because I'm from an aerospace capital, San Diego. We had more aircraft plants there than anywhere in World War II. We knew we were going to be bombed as the next target after Pearl Harbor. It never happened. But today is the 40th anniversary of the Challenger accident. The spacecraft happened in 1986. Today, that's when we lost Krista McAuliffe, who was the first teacher in space. And she led such a rich life. I've been reading up on her. She didn't want to be a celebrity at all. She said, when people ask me for an autograph, I think I'm signing hall passes for my students. And she said, when I'm through with this, I want to go right back to the classroom. I can't wait to get there. And that was such a wonderful thing. The sad moment of it is that in America, every classroom in the country brought in a television set so the students could watch the first teacher in space, and all they got was to be eyewitness to a tragedy. And, that's the downside of it. But I'm so impressed with the short life that Krista McAuliffe led, and she's an inspiration to all teachers today. She had a backup that is going forward in space too, a secondary teacher. So that's 40 years ago. We've come a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Good morning to you all. Such a great way to start the year together. And California is an exciting time here. The controller and I are both very excited. California is going to host the Super Bowl in a couple weeks. We're going to be hosting several World Cup games, several major conferences. It's a time for the Golden State to certainly be golden. But I want to begin on a more solemn topic. I want to recognize January as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. It's a time for California to renew its focus on confronting one of the most serious human rights violations. Human trafficking is a modern form of exploitation. It thrives on vulnerability, often remains hidden, and causes profound lasting harm to survivors. In the sex trafficking industry, the average age of entry is 16 years old, with some young girls as young as 11 or 12 years old. California must play a critical role in this fight to talk about these major events, but our state has also consistently reported some of the highest trafficking numbers in the nation. The Human Trafficking Hotline in the past year has identified more than 1,700 potential trafficking cases, over 3,600 victims. These figures underscore the challenges we face. And our size, our global economy, our major ports, our international connections make us a state both of destination and a transit point. And that leads to a responsibility, a heightened responsibility, and that leadership requires strong coordination, public awareness, accountability to ensure economic activity in our state is lawful, transparent, and free from modern-day slavery. So I continuously hope that we promote this issue that is not always talked about. And also, in more lighter news, as I left San Francisco on Monday, there's an incredible frenzy because a mountain lion was on the loose in the city. And it's not something you see every day, it's quite rare. And there's a video in one of my favorite parks in Pacific Heights. It takes me about 20 steps to get up there, and this mountain lion from the street takes this huge jump into the park. But luckily there was a good and happy solution at the end. It was tranquilized, they found it, and it was safely and humanely transported out of San Francisco. It's gonna be released back into the wild. And I wanna thank the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the San Francisco Zoo, San Francisco PD for their response. It was a 2-year-old mountain lion baby boy, 80 pounds. And I saw some pictures, such a beautiful, majestic creature. And I hope that we continuously preserve nature and really shine a light. I really appreciate how beautiful it is. And they were tracking it, Member Lieber, it actually came from Saratoga. So think about that. That's over 80, 90 miles away for it to find its way into a downtown metropolitan area. But we just hope that we continuously appreciate what we have in front of us. So good news all around, and thank you again. Excited for this year.
Well, thank you so much. And that was a great ending to that story that they were able to move him out of there. So we're going to go on now to our safety and administrative announcement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, again. First, I'd like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and their wireless devices. Our safety announcement: in the auditorium, the exits are located on each side of the stage at the front, with additional exits at the rear. Please take a moment to locate the exit sign and the closest exit to you in the event of an emergency. Our informational announcement. This board meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE website. Public comments are taken on each agenda item. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial in to the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We also ask that all speakers in the auditorium or on the AT&T line state their name before speaking for the record. This concludes the safety and informational announcements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're ready to go on to item 1 now, and this is our public comment on matters not on the agenda. It's the item for people who wish to address the board on items that are not on the agenda, and the board cannot act on anything that isn't on our noticed agenda. However, we can schedule issues raised by the public at future meetings. Remarks for the public are limited to 3 minutes, and we have a very special guest joining us today, who is Pastor Frank Erb, who is someone who is very well known to the Capital community and has been providing service to the Capital community since 2008 and possibly before. And I'd like to welcome him to come up to our podium. Mr. Schaefer was gracious enough to arrange for Pastor Erb to be here today and provide a New Year's message for us. And so we're very thankful to have you here in person, Pastor.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be here. Appreciate it very much. Yes, so my name is Frank Erb. I've served since 2008 as was mentioned, as a full-time non-denominational pastor in our California state capitol, availing myself to all of our statewide leaders and constitutional officers, including yourselves, members. So thank you for allowing me to be here today. And also our state senators and assembly members and their staff and everybody at the Capitol, sergeants at arms, lobbyists, state employees. I'm not a state employee, but I do this at the request of many who serve in our state government, including with the kind endorsement of some of you who serve on this esteemed board. So thank you. I actually started in this at the request of a friend of mine and other members, and that was Doug LaMalfa at the time. So nice to see and hear him honored this morning. I had been Doug's pastor for a number of years, and his family were very kind to me in that role. And then when I moved away, continued to stay in touch with him when he got elected to the assembly. And then he was inviting me in to visit the Capitol when he was an assembly member, and then he and other members felt the need for somebody to serve in this way. There had been some others doing it who were leaving, and so got a call from Doug, and he said there had been some discussion, and they were inviting me to come in. And so that was a bipartisan group of assembly members and senators, and I was very honored to do so. And I've been doing it all these years since. And so as such, I'm available to meet anytime with any of you for personal pastoral prayer or encouragement or counsel or whatever I can do, and I would be honored to serve in that way. And I'd also like to invite each of you to our weekly Bible discussion gatherings that I teach inside the Capitol every week for 17 years. One is on Wednesday mornings at 8 a.m., just for senators and assembly members, statewide leaders, constitutional officers, and plus 2 others on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for staff and everybody else in addition. And then also happy to start another meeting any day, anytime, any place, including right here with you. So just say the word. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to be asked to start with an invocation here today as you begin a new year together. You know, this idea of opening government meetings with an invocation is a long-held tradition dating back to the very beginning of our country. It actually dates back to the Constitutional Convention in 1787, when our nation's founders gathered to draft the U.S. Constitution. And on June 28th, 1787, as the debates and disagreements seemed to stretch on and achieve nothing, can you relate to something like that? The esteemed elder statesman, you've heard of him, Benjamin Franklin, stood and addressed the president of the Constitutional Convention. And this is what he said, quote, "In this situation of this assembly, groping as it were in the dark to find political truth, and scarce able to distinguish it when presented to us, how has it happened, sir, that we have not hitherto once thought of humbly applying to the Father of lights to illuminate our understanding? I have lived, sir, a long time, And the longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men. And if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his aid? We have been assured, sir, in the sacred writings, that except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. I firmly believe this, and I also believe that without his concurring aid, we shall succeed in this political building no better than the builders of Babel. We shall be divided in our little partial local interests, our projects will be confounded, and we ourselves shall become a reproach and a byword down to future ages. I therefore beg leave to move that henceforth prayers imploring the assistance of heaven and its blessings on our deliberations be held in this assembly every morning before we proceed to business, and that one or more of the clergy of this city be requested to officiate in that service. And so they did. This practice, recommended by Benjamin Franklin, spread far and wide, and in fact, our U.S. Congress and our California State Senate and Assembly have always opened every legislative session in prayer, both houses of U.S. Congress. And even our own California State Constitution, as you know, begins with the words, "We, the people of the state of California, grateful to Almighty God." And you stood for a Pledge of Allegiance that since the 1950s has included the phrase, "One nation under God." And so with all this in mind, it is wise for us to invoke Almighty God for this meeting and the proceedings of the year. And so let's do so now. Almighty God, you are often called the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. And so we ask you to guide and bless the proceedings of our state government, and in particular, this Board of Equalization today and throughout this year. We know from your word that you care about government, and you offer to bless those in government who seek your aid. And so I ask you to bless these board members and their staff, bless them with the kindness and the compassion needed to care about others, the humility needed to put the needs of others first, the intelligence and attentiveness needed to sort through the complex matters they will address, the wisdom needed to make wise decisions, the integrity needed to do all this honestly and righteously, and the energy and health needed to be productive. These are all a gift from you, and so we seek these from you. In summary, we ask you to guide and bless each one here today and in this year ahead. Thank you, Lord. And we ask this in your mighty name, and I personally ask it in the name of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Amen. Thank you, members.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Pastor Erb, and I think you've set a very good note for the year ahead. Now, as January goes on, you kind of lose that tingly feeling of a bright, open year ahead, but I think you've reestablished it here, and we very much appreciate it. So I think I haven't overextended myself in commenting on comments under public comment. Vice Chair, did you have a quick one?
I'll keep it brief, but I just want to thank Frank because I've met with him on a regular basis for I don't know how many years, but it's been a long time, and found him very helpful in trying to sort out things in life. And for any of you that's interested, that's available to you. But when I'm in crisis mode, I give Frank a call and say, hey, can you give me some perspective? And we're going through a lot of challenges right now in this country, right? And so I just, I literally pray that we can keep ourselves bound as a nation. And I know there's always challenges in politics, but quite frankly, it's secondary to the bigger picture in life and what God has for us. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, and again, we appreciate you being here, Pastor Erb, and we appreciate you raising once again the name of Doug Lamalfa, our dear friend. Thank you. And now we'll go to our AT&T moderator to ask if there's anyone waiting on the line who would like to make a public comment on items not on the agenda.
Yeah, AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item? AT&T moderator, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. If you'd like to queue up, please press 1 and then 0.
Okay, it's
And we have no one in queue.
like no one's there. Okay, fantastic. Well, we'll keep on moving here. And we'll go on to item 2, the board member matters. This item is an overview of the governor's proposed budget for 2026, 2027. And this was requested by our state controller and will be prefaced by Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trying to start a kind of a tradition here to make sure that the board members as constitutional officers are up to date on the governor's proposed budget. So I would like to ask a great colleague, Erica Lee, Chief Deputy Director of Budgets, if you want to come on up. She's from the California Department of Finance. We work very closely together. Just a little bit of a biography. She was appointed by Governor Newsom in 2020. She has worked several years at the LAO. She was a researcher at the California Institute of Technology. She was a special education teacher in the past, and she holds a master's in public policy from the University of Michigan. So thank you for coming time and time again. Really appreciate it, and you can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for another invitation. Thank you, Pastor. I think I feel blessed having followed that invitation. And I believe this is my 4th time here presenting the governor's budget to you. So thank you for the invitation yet again. And thank you for the introduction. Erica Lee, the Chief Deputy Director of Budget at the Department of Finance for California. I want to present to you some numbers as we normally do for the budget, but before I do that, I want to explain a little bit of the approach that the governor took this year as we enter into his final budget for 26-27. First, it is balanced, as it must be constitutionally, for the budget year, which is 26-27. But this budget recognizes something that we started discussing last year publicly at hearings, both at the administrative side and the legislative side, that we are looking at long-term structural imbalances. So beyond 26-27, we are looking at out-year deficits of over $20 billion in the following years beyond 26-27. And that's obviously concerning for the sustainability of core programs to millions and millions of Californians. And so while this governor's budget does not address the out-year problems, only the budget year problems, it acknowledges that they exist and the fact that we need to work with the legislature to actually come up with solutions to address the deficit in the out years. And the reason this governor's budget proposal does not address those out years is because we need updated revenue numbers, which will come in the spring, and we need to really understand what our expenditures are looking like. So to solve for this coming year and the second year after that is the goal of the governor and of this administration. And we've already begun reaching out to leadership, members of the legislature, because we can't do that by ourselves. And that is something that we need to partner with the legislature on. So more to come on that. This is a little bit of a preview of what we currently are looking at in terms of our numbers, both on the revenue side and on the expenditure side. So to start with, here come the big numbers. Our budget is about $350 billion. That is the proposed budget for 26-27. That's all funds. If you look at just the general fund, that's $250 billion. This is about $20 billion more proposed this year than at last year's budget. And this is where I think, there's been a lot of discussion about revenues. So we are tracking revenues at this point to be roughly $42 billion higher than we were anticipating at the close of last year. So $42 billion more, which is a great thing. It does mean that our economy has been chugging along very well. We have had strength in revenues largely because of capital gains, our personal income tax withholding, strong cash receipts. So we're seeing a lot of real-time dollars come in that we hadn't anticipated. I would know, and this is something that shouldn't be a surprise, but maybe be a surprise to some people, that our tax structure is significantly progressive. And so when we have high income earners earning a lot capital gains and it brings in a lot of capital gains and PIT income tax to the state, and that's largely is a small population of people, and then specifically on the corporate side, it's a very small number of corporations that are basically contributing to that $42 billion. And I would say that, we're keeping a lookout because they are largely in the tech sector, and there's about a handful of them. So how they perform really impacts the revenues that come in, and thusly how we can, the dollars that we have to spend on program. So despite the $42 billion in excess revenue that's come in, we were still looking at about a $2.9 billion deficit in this year that we had to solve for. And I want to talk a little bit about why that is the case, because I think in a lot of people's minds, how do we have a deficit if we had $42 billion in excess revenue? Well, first of all, whenever we have revenue that comes in, and I think some of the members who were formerly in the legislature, you may have heard this if you were on budget, that we have Proposition 98, Proposition 2, we have constitutional calls on any dollar that comes in. So right from the top, Proposition 98, our educational financing model, takes about 40% of every dollar that comes in. And then you have Proposition 2, which the legislature, the administration, and former voters voted in 2014 to basically sock away more money in the rainy day fund. So that's the Proposition 2, which is pulling money into the reserve, and then Proposition 98, which is the education formula, takes dollars off of every dollar, takes a percent of every dollar that comes in. So that's constitutional. We have to spend those dollars there. And then we also had a shortfall starting in 26-27 of about $12.6 billion. So that ate up some of that $42 billion as well. Then I would say lastly, we had programs that are costing more than we thought they would cost. And we're seeing that largely in the health and human services space. So you have expenditures rising, you have calls on dollars that come in, and we had already started at a shortfall. The last thing I would say is we want to have a positive number in our state fund for economic uncertainty, which is one of our reserves. And so that number has been about $4 billion, $4.5 billion the last few years, just to acknowledge the uncertainty that is surrounding the world and California. And that's basically our checking account. And so we need to have a good amount of money in there in case of fires and in case of other disasters, natural disasters, because that is what we can tap in a given budget year. And so that's $4.5 billion. So you add all those things together, and it ate away at the $42 billion in excess revenues. So that left us with about $2.9 billion in a deficit. So that's sort of just the math at a very high level. And so how we solved for that was we didn't cut programs, we didn't delay things as we have done in the past. What we did was we paused what we call a true-up of dollars that would go into the reserve, and that was about $2.8 billion. So rather than putting that $2.8 billion into the reserve, we're saying we're going to hold on to that and use it to help solve the deficit problem. So all that means at this point is we are kind of in a wait-and-see phase to see what happens with revenues coming in the spring, to see if we will be in a better or worse position. And we will have the spring to work with the legislature to figure out, okay, if we do need to address a $20 billion problem in the following year, how will we go about doing that? What programs do we want to protect? What programs do we need to reduce? And I would add to that there's a lot of uncertainty around what is happening at the federal level and the impacts to our budget. And I'll explain a little bit more of that as I go on. But just wanted to paint to you the picture of how we got from all this revenue to still having a deficit. So we are stocking away about $23 billion in our reserves. So despite everything, we're still trying to build up our reserves because that's going to be really important for any future downturn. If we have a downturn, we want to make sure that our reserves are strong. So if we need to, we can tap into them. And that is, we are also paying more dollars towards our unfunded liabilities of about $3 billion in the budget year, and the plan is about $12 billion over the next 4 years, and that will help pay off some of our PERS and STRS liabilities on the pension side. So given all those numbers, we don't have a ton of new spending, but we also don't have a ton of cuts, right? Because we're kind of waiting and see. We are in a wait and see mode. So I would call this a workload budget. So what do we need to keep the lights on for the state? And then making further decisions in May at the May revision. So I'm just going to quickly, that's the sort of big overview. I'm going to quickly go into some of the details of what's actually in the budget, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that the may have. Okay, so Proposition 98, as I mentioned, is our education funding formula, and it is about, because of the influx of revenue, we're seeing an additional about $22 billion more going towards education, and that's over the 3-year period of last year, this year, and next year. And basically, that puts us at the highest funding level ever in education, which I think our governor, legislature, have been very proud to invest in education and educational programs over the last few years. We're looking at about $20,400 in general fund per pupil funding. If you add all funds, which includes federal funds in there as well, it's about $27,400 per pupil funding, and that is the highest funding level ever for our students. The one thing I want to note is, and I noted this last year, is I said there's about $22 billion in extra dollars going to the schools. We are holding back about $5.6 billion of that in what we call settle up. It's a technical term. It's basically, we're saying, because we don't know what the revenues are yet, we're not going to book all of that revenue towards Prop 98. There is a thing called certification, which happens for the year 25, 26, 2 years later. So next spring, we will know what all the revenues are. We'll have more certainty, and then we will true up the education number. So as of now, education is getting a whole lot more money, and they may get more, but we're gonna wait and see what the actual revenues are when they come in. On the higher education front, we are proposing about $760 million more ongoing for both the UC and the CSU system. That accounts for the 5th year of what we have had a compact with the UC and the CSUs and the community colleges to ensure that they're providing access and opportunities for students, more so than they had been in the past, so a commitment from them, and we as a state were providing an additional 5% bump for them every year. So this is the last 5% bump that we've included in this year's budget. On climate, you may recall that last year the voters approved a 2024 climate bond of $10 billion, and it's supposed to be allocated over multiple years. This is the 2nd year, and we are proposing allocating $2.1 billion of that according to what was in the proposition. And so you'll see that. I want to point out specifically, because a lot of people are very interested in, well, what are you spending on wildfire? We have $314 million of that is dedicated to wildfire landscape resilience projects that will help reduce the risks of wildfire. And that's on top of other dollars that are already baseline. So I think that's just important given the times. We have a new ZEV incentive of about $200 million in special funds that we are proposing to establish a new light duty ZEV incentive program. So it's to keep ZEVs affordable for and accessible for Californians. On the Health and Human Service front, I just want to point out a couple of things. One is that HR 1, so the bill that was passed and signed at the federal level that really makes some major changes to our Medicaid and our food, our SNAP program, is going to add an additional $1.4 billion of cost to the state, largely, and that's just in the budget year. It actually grows in the out years. So because the feds are reducing their ratio of what they are paying towards these programs, the state is responsible for 50% more now, for example, versus 25% of a cost share in CalFresh. And that is about a $300 million cost net next year, but that will grow to $1 and then $2 billion of additional cost for the state. So just wanted to point out, I mentioned the uncertainty of federal changes. This one isn't uncertain, like we already know this is happening because of HR 1. And what HR 1 did is it reduced eligibility, it increased work requirements, it is making changes to who is eligible to receive certain benefits. And so that is something that, we continue to work with CMS and on Medicaid front and other federal agencies to better understand what is required. But we are also anticipating things in the future. And so hence the reason to have a larger reserve, just in case we need to tap into that. But I would also note, and I think it's important for people to understand that as the federal government reduces their support financially or reduces cost share ratios, that this state, even though we're the 4th largest economy in the world, we're not in a position to backfill those lost federal funds. And so we are constantly, understandably being asked by stakeholders to just backfill that. The feds are taking this out, so can the state backfill? And if you look at the numbers, we can't print money. We don't have the ability to backfill. But what we do have the ability to do is to have discussions and to see what priorities there are, again, of the administration, of the legislature, of stakeholders as we come together this spring to understand the real impacts to programs. And with the finite amount of dollars that we have or we will have, there's going to be some hard discussions about how to backfill some of those lost federal dollars. But for the most part, we can't backfill 100% of those lost dollars. And just a couple more things to highlight is childcare has been a huge priority both for the administration and the legislature, and we include about $89 million ongoing more for the childcare cost of living adjustment. And one thing that is in this budget addresses some of the hard-hit communities in LA after the fires. We have about $11.5 million of funding for childcare infrastructure, and that's for facilities that were damaged during the Palisades and LA fires. And then I would say, lastly, there's a couple of tax proposals that were included. One is an extension of a current program called California Competes tax credit, and that is to get more businesses to invest here and create jobs in California. That has been extended by 5 years, so instead of ending at 27-28, it would end in 32-33. Another one is a tax credit incentive for companies that produce aviation fuel from renewable sources rather than crude oil. This is one example of a change at the federal level that impacts certain industries here in California, and so this tax credit would help to support some of those industries that have lost the support at the federal level. And lastly, the tax proposal called Marketplace Facilitators is included, and this basically requires third-party delivery services that facilitate orders through a website, so this is like Grubhub and DoorDash, and they would actually collect and remit taxes on behalf of the businesses rather than the businesses doing it on their own. So it's not a new tax, it's likely because it's going to be funneled to fewer companies, will result in greater tax compliance, but just want to point out it's not a new tax. So with that, I just want to thank you all for this opportunity to present on the governor's budget and answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you so much for that very complete presentation for us. And members, any questions for Ms. Lee? I'll go to Vice Chair and then Mr. Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you very much, Erica Lee, for your presentation. And I've got a few questions of clarification, if you could.
Sure.
And how much do we have left in the rainy day fund? Because we've been tapping into that, haven't we?
You're right. We did tap into it over 2 years. About $11.2 billion was taken out, but we currently have $14.4 billion.
Okay.
And proposed more in the next years beyond that. But to your point, recognizing it's a huge tool to address the ups and downs,
Yes.
And we are trying to rebuild that. So after having taken out billions to address past budget problems, we have to refill it so we can use it if we need it again in the future.
Yeah, I supported that in the legislature.
Yes.
I'm glad that there's money in it, and it looks like it's being used appropriately.
We think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Wealth tax of assets, we've got this proposition that they're talking about. I've been reading about billionaires moving out of the state last year. Do we have any sense of what the lost income is as a result of those individuals moving out?
So our department has been hearing anecdotally of that as well. Two things. One is it's anecdotal, and so we don't actually know how many there are. I think we may see some of that in the future.
Yes.
But I would just point to the LAO's write-up as part of their role in the proposition process. They have noted that such a tax could bring in billions, but there's a likelihood that it will also force millionaires to leave.
Right.
And so I think they acknowledge that there could be hundreds of millions of lost revenue. I think it's a real concern for us as we're thinking about the future forecasts, because as I stated earlier, it's a small group of people, it's a small group of businesses. So on the PIT side and on the corp side, it's very small groups that are contributing a lot of revenue to the
Yes.
state. So it is something that we are watching. And as you know, the governor, his stance on the wealth tax.
He's in opposition to it.
Correct.
Yes.
So we as a department don't take a stance on it, but I would
Yeah.
just say in terms of the numbers, again, to look at what LAO has said. And we also signed that letter at the Department of Finance, so I think we see the risk as well.
Yes. And is the number, the top 1% pay or generate half the tax revenue for the state?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. All right. The unfunded liability, $3 billion going to PERS and STIRS. I'm just curious as to, because there used to be a number, I'm sure there is, in terms of percentage funded, right? So if you project out in terms of the obligations for retirees, do you know what those percentages are for PERS and STIRS?
Yeah, the last time I looked, they were both about 70%
Yeah.
funded.
Okay.
And, when we were having record returns post-COVID, I mean, it was closer to 80, 84, 85%. So it's down, but, 70 to 75% is what I've heard of the two systems in terms of their percent funded at this
Okay.
point. Yeah.
So that was, you were saying initial, right after COVID? or
After
during?
COVID, when you had a lot of huge returns, I think we saw double-digit
Yes.
returns for both PERS and STIRS in the 20s, I want to say.
Yes, okay.
They were much, the projected liability was less.
Yes.
And their funded status was greater, but now as it's still higher, I believe, than the 6% return that they have assumed, bringing them down to about 70, 75%.
Okay. And when I was in the legislature, STIRS was in more trouble than PERS. So, and I remember Governor Brown did an allocation to help with that regard. So has there been improvement with STIRS over the last, say, decade?
Yes. I can't cite the numbers for you, but yes.
Yeah, it's
We
improving.
had I think it was a 30-year plan under Brown to help fund at least the state's share of STIRS. And then also, I would add, and you didn't mention this, but our OPEB liability, we also started addressing that by having employees pay into their post-retirement benefits like health.
Yes.
And so the funded status for that is down here, but we started it, and that's a good thing for
Yes.
long-term liabilities for the state.
Yeah, okay, that's great, wonderful. And the climate allegation, looks like a chunk of it's going to wildfire prevention, or?
Yes, I think it's, I don't know the specific programs, but it is to help prevent and mitigate more wildfires I think it's called like reinforcing, it's both for property and for land, I believe. And if you want more information, I can get that to you. But there's a chunk of the 2.1 billion that's being dedicated to wildfires.
That'd be
in-
great.
In this
if-
year.
If I could get more info on that, and then this will be my last statement. But I've seen quite a bit of improvement with the strike teams through CAL FIRE. I witnessed 3 fires within about a month up in El Dorado County, and they got those fires out, I mean, literally like within an hour. I could not believe how quick the response was. And I was talking to, he was the CAL FIRE director, Pimlott, who's retired now. And he said that the state had ordered 14 aircraft, but it took a couple of years to get those aircraft online and get them fitted. And there are more aircraft online now. So just some positive feedback that we're seeing improvement that's encouraging.
That's great, and
So-
I love hearing the positive, because we often hear the negative. But we have, over the past few years, invested both in people power, so more boots on the ground, and
Right.
also equipment. So,
Yes.
and it does take years to get some of the big machinery and the helicopters and, or helitechs, I think is what they're called.
Okay.
But we're seeing them out there now, and it does feel like the investments that were made in the past, we're actually seeing the results now.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. I always enjoy your presentation because it's very informative and you kind of bring us up to speed on what's going on, especially given these times. But there was a little bit of an echo. Did I hear correctly that on the rainy day fund, do we have, did you say 14 million?
14.4 billion. 14.4
Billion.
billion,
Okay,
yes.
that's
Yeah.
what I thought. So it can't be a million.
No.
And then on the, you kind of touched on the CalPERS, CalSTRS. Is CalSTRS still the world's largest educational pension fund? That's what I heard.
I believe so. I have not done comparisons lately, but just in terms of the number of members, I believe so, and I think the
'Cause
fund,
it's up to like 375 billion, I heard, right?
the fund itself,
The fund.
yeah, I don't have that number in front of me, but to your point, it is, if not the biggest, it is one of the biggest.
And at the end of the day, who has the ultimate decision on where they invest that? Is it your office, the governor, or who?
It is not our, it's definitely not our office. There's a board that governs both pension systems, but ultimately it's their investment staff, I guess, that make those portfolio decisions. So while we may encourage or discourage how they invest, the state doesn't have the ability or authority to do that directly, so it would be their investment staff. Some of them, I don't know if they are in-house or if they hire. I don't know the specifics of that, but they make the investment decisions,
Not you folks?
not
okay.
not us.
That's what I had thought, but I just, and then moving forward, I guess when we're looking at the budget being on time, the May revisions that are, I guess, are gonna be coming shortly, or these publications, this will all be posted on the website now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And given that situation, the uncertainty, especially with the federal funding, on the reserves and our schools and Medi-Cal, as we're hearing what's going on the federal level, what are some of the programs you think that are going to be potentially critically impacted by that?
Well, we already know that Medicaid, Medi-Cal is the state's version of Medicaid, has already been impacted, as have food programs like the federal SNAP program or CalFresh here in California. We anticipate that hundreds of thousands of Californians will lose coverage for both Medicaid or SNAP benefits as a result of the changes in both who is eligible and the requirements that are being placed upon this population. So we are already anticipating that based on HR 1, that there will be fewer people on the Medicaid and on SNAP rolls. In the future, there could be more, and I'm not sure what programs the federal government is looking at, but we're hearing that, there's a desire to have states take on more of the fiscal responsibility than the feds.
And I guess as the state undergoes this whole process of the governor's reorg, especially on the state housing agent, with state housing agencies, what, if any, impact do you expect this will have on our budget?
So the reorganization that you're referencing was from this current year's budget, where we were trying to create a housing and homelessness agency. So that went through the Little Hoover process, and that was successful. They're still working through, kind of growing pains to figure out what exactly their baseline need is. Potentially, there could be additional asks in probably the low millions for staffing. But the idea is that there will be greater efficiencies having the program, just housing and homelessness together versus housing, homelessness, and consumer services in one agency, which is what it was prior.
And I guess my last question, I think you kind of touched on Prop 19 with the wildfire fund, the prevention fund. The whole, this reimbursement, or I guess it's supposed to be, it's supposed to generate, I guess when they sold it to the voters back in 2020, it was supposed to generate 10 million a year. Do you know what's in there? I keep hearing that there's very little, if anything.
Proposition 19, sorry.
Prop 19 was basically the intergenerational wealth as we know it. They stopped what used to allow folks to be able to will over properties to their kids without a tax burden. Now, you can only do one, and the one, it has a limit. So at the end of the day, some of these people that were smart enough, 30 years ago to invest, especially down in my neck of the woods, for example, in Venice, which is in my district, LA County, you could have bought a beach property down there for 20 to 30,000, and now it's worth millions. But because of Prop 19, they still could will it over to their kids, but it's going to come with a huge tax burden.
I see, yes.
With the understanding that it was going to generate money for the wildfire. And supposedly, I don't know who did this analysis, I don't know if it was your office or whose office did this, but they said, or they came out publicly and said that it was going to generate a minimum of 10 million a year.
Okay. Yes, and so, sorry, there's nothing in the budget on that, but I know now what you're talking about, and I can get you some more info on that.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. I have two issues in my district that potentially can involve a lot of state expense, but it really should involve mostly federal expense. I'm talking about the toxic Tijuana pollution of water, which you're aware of. It's destroying the beaches and Imperial Beach, all the way up to Orange County, possibly. And then we have the San Onofre nuclear storage of waste. Can we just assume that the federal government's going to really protect us and it's not all going to cost California that much money? Do you have any thoughts on that issue?
I am not an expert on that issue. I know what you're speaking of, and I believe the state has invested in some of that cleanup. I could not say what the federal government will do in terms of an investment there. As I said, I know that there has been former state investments, and we continue to lobby the federal government. And currently, the governor was, I would just say, a couple weeks, maybe a month back, was in DC to lobby for more wildfire recovery funding. And so there's definitely a push for California to get out to DC, ask for more funds where we can. That said, I don't have any insight into how the federal government has decided or has decided to fund or not fund certain things. I would support the feds coming in to help with the cleanup there, but I don't have any information to share there.
Well, I represent the California taxpayers today, and I expect next year to represent the federal taxpayers, at least in Congressional District 48. So I'm interested in those two very expensive issues, and I appreciate your input and being aware of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Imran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Lee. Great presentation, very detailed. I have two quick questions. Last year, we talked about TK, the transitional TK, and you're still rolling that out. Has that been fully implemented now?
Yeah, so TK has been fully rolled out, and along with many other, I would say, transformative investments in education, like the before, after, and summer school program, and the extended learning program, community schools, there's been investments, there's an additional $1 billion in Prop 98 being invested there. So a lot of the investments on the Prop 98 side have been fully implemented, or this may be the year that they're being fully implemented. In large part, you're seeing what I said earlier is when we have a lot of money come in, Prop 98 takes a share of it. And so we have been trying to take advantage of that to build out these programs. So, and TK, universal TK has been one of the probably first priorities of the governor. And so as an administration, we are really proud to see that fully implemented.
Absolutely. I'm very, very proud of that as well, to see that as well. And then my last question, talking about this deficit and kind of the projections in the future, we always hear from our politicians about the stock market is booming. Can you kind of explain how that affects our budget and how California also is trying to bring in new industries, like San Francisco has some of the top AI companies in the world. And if they go public this year, do we have a brighter outlook in the future?
Sure, this goes a little bit back to the conversation that Mr. Gaines and I were having earlier about a very small group of people contributing a lot because of the progressive nature of our tax structure. So the stock market has been doing well. The economy has been, I would say the economy is doing well enough in comparison to what we anticipated. And so you're seeing a large increase in revenue compared to what we thought at the Budget Act in July. And in large part, our economists are saying there was a lot of uncertainty around tariffs and what tariffs would do to inflation and the cost of items in the grocery store and gas, et cetera. And the threat at the time was that there would be a 27% effective tariff rate on goods coming in. So we built that in July of 2025. The reality was it was closer to 17%. So the thing about budgets is it's always in comparison to another year. And so last year, I think there was a lot of uncertainty around what would happen to prices and everyday goods and the stock market. So in that budget, we anticipated minimal growth and high inflation. We're not seeing that, or in comparison to what we thought it was, it's not as high. And so that's why we're projecting greater revenue. We're looking at inflation at a lower rate. We're looking at more gains in the stock market because the economy is doing better than we thought. So that is the reason that I think you're seeing this shift is we didn't know how things were going. We went conservatively and thought it could be, a lot of growth could be suppressed, but we're seeing that it didn't get as bad as that.
Thank you so much, Director Lee.
Well, thank you so much for being here today, and suffice to say, I think all of us will be watching the developments on the budget as they come, and we so much appreciate your work and really appreciate you coming here to brief us every day. We each have 10.4 million constituents, and so it's very helpful in explaining not just the resources that we oversee being brought into the system, but also the good ways that they're used through our budget. So very much appreciate you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. And now, for staff, we do not have any public comments that are written.
That's correct.
On item 2. So we'll go ahead and go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could tell us if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment on item 2.
Certainly. To make a comment, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 and then 0. And we presently have no one in queue.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Imran, did you wish to close on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, just want to thank all the board members. I want to thank Director Lee once again for coming out, keeping this bond and relationship very strong as we all pay attention, and looking forward to the May revise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And members, we're just about a half hour past the time for our 10-minute break. So before we go on to our other items.
Ms. Lieber, if we could just hold that off, I think we're going to try to include the photograph with the break.
Oh, okay.
Since we're going to be doing
okay.
that together, so we'll move on to the
Great.
resolutions, if that's okay with you guys?
Yes. So we'll go on to items 3 and 4, which are our consent agenda, and we'll be taking a single vote on the consent agenda. It includes both the board meeting minutes from December 16th, 2025, as well as 2 retirement resolutions for valued members of our staff who are getting to escape the day-to-day grind. And so if we could have a motion on the consent agenda of items 3 and 4. Vice Chair, did you wish to make that motion?
Yes,
To
so
approve?
moved.
Thank you so much. And second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Emron. And we do not have written comments on this. And we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please let us know if there's anyone who is making public comments regarding items 3 and 4.
Please press 1 and then 0 for comments. 1 followed by 0. And we have no one in queue. Please continue.
Okay, thank you so much. Members, I'm seeing no discussion. So Vice Chair Gaines has made a motion with Mr. Emron seconding. And Mr. Keddy, if you would please call the roll.
Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Thank you so much. The motion passes, and we would like to proceed into the recognitions. And Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please read the retirement resolution for Lori Skinner into the record.
Ms. Skinner is not here present today, but we're reading her resolution into the record. All righty. Honoring Lori Skinner on her retirement. Whereas Lori Skinner, supervising property appraiser in the County Assessed Properties Division of the Property Tax Department, retired on July 16th, 2025, after 15 years of outstanding and meritorious service to the state of California and the California State Board of Equalization. And whereas Lori began her career with the State Personnel Board on July 1st, 2010, as an office technician typing in Sacramento. And whereas she earned a promotion to Associate Property Appraiser for the Board of Equalization, State Assessed Properties Division on April 18th, 2011. And whereas soon after her employment with the board on October 31st, 2012, she was promoted to Senior Property Appraiser of the County Assessed Properties Division Legal Entity Ownership Program, LEOP. And whereas she worked with legal entities, taxpayers, and county assessors to determine whether a legal entity that had interest in California real property experienced a change in control or ownership. And whereas a result of her subject matter expertise, diligent work, and increasing responsibilities, she earned an appointment as supervising property appraiser in LEOP on October 20th, 2021. And whereas throughout her many years of service, she served the people of this state with fairness and dedication, proving her willingness and ability to provide excellent customer service to the board, taxpayers, and county assessors. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the board, do hereby extend to Lori Skinner our sincere and grateful appreciation for her dedicated service to the California State Board of Equalization and to the state of California. Our congratulations to her well-earned retirement and our best wishes to her and her family for continued success, happiness, and good health in the years to come.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Skinner will be receiving a recognition that we have all signed on to. I appreciate the members doing that, and please convey our thanks and appreciation to her as well. Thank you. And we'll get a round of applause. And it's my understanding that James McCarthy is here with us today, and if you would please come up, and we'll have you be here at the podium while we read the resolution for you. Thank you so much for being here. And Mr. Cuddy, when you're ready.
Yes, I do have the honor of reading Mr. McCarthy's retirement resolution into the record. Honoring James McCarthy on his retirement. Whereas James McCarthy, Senior Petroleum and Mining Appraisal Engineer in the Assessment Practices Survey Division of the Property Tax Department, retired on December 30th, 2025, after 36 years of outstanding and meritorious service to the state of California and the California State Board of Equalization. And whereas James McCarthy began his career with the California State Board of Equalization on October 16, 1989, as an associate oil and gas engineer in the Assessment Practices Survey Division of the Property Tax Department. And whereas, as a result of diligent work, demonstrated ability, and increasing responsibilities, he advanced to the position of Senior Petroleum and Mining Appraisal Engineer on July 1st, 1994. With that same division, and whereas his sharp mind and attention to detail have enabled him to appraise, analyze, and process data involving very large and complicated oil, gas, liquids, geothermal, mining properties, water rights, and other natural resources, and plant installations or manufacturing processes, in addition to performing audit functions relative to ascertaining cost data from company books and records and to making economic studies and site inspections. And whereas throughout his many years of service, James McCarthy has served the people of the state with fairness and dedication and proven his willingness and ability to provide quality and exceptional services. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the board, do hereby extend to James McCarthy our sincere and grateful appreciation for his dedicated service to the California State Board of Equalization and to the state of California. Our congratulations on his well-earned retirement and our best wishes to him and his family for continued success, happiness, and good health in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Now, I think we'll have some remarks from Mr. David Young.
Thank you, members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department at the board. So before I say a couple of words about Mr. McCarthy, I just wanted to also recognize the contribution of Ms. Lori Skinner and her 15 years with the board. She's been instrumental in improving many of our processes, and I do wish her, on behalf of the Property Tax Department and the board, very happy and prosperous retirement. So let me say a couple of words about Mr. McCarthy. His title actually says a whole volume of what he's contributed to the state. He was our senior petroleum and mining appraisal engineer. just as a little bit of context, much of what CAPD, the County Assessed Property Division, and our technical services unit, it was originally set up to provide counties with technical expertise and advice and guidance. One of the key functions of that unit was to provide somebody with knowledge of mining, petroleum, and how all that interplays with property taxes. Counties recognized that it was a very specialized field and it would be impractical for them to hire their own. And so part of that function of that unit was to provide such an expert and to provide guidance, uniformity to all 58 counties. Mr. McCarthy started with the board 36 years ago. He has worked his way up, and he came in with the engineering degree and engineering background, but along with that, he not only had to learn the appraisal part of it, because not only do you have to understand the geology and engineering, you had to understand the appraisal part of it and actually put a value on it, and all within the context of our property tax system, the way it works under Prop 13. So it's actually a synthesis of three really important things. He's done that very, very well. He's a recognized expert amongst the assessors, along with our staff, and even industry. He participates yearly at conferences, and his input is really valued. It will be a hard task to replace him. And to speak of his character, not just his expertise, his character is, as he's winding down his career, he took on extra duties, amongst which was teaching classes to impart the knowledge to the next generation, and revising a couple of handbooks so that it's actually memorialized for the future too. So with that, I commend Jim on his 36 years of service to the state, and thank him. So, and wish him well for the future in his retirement. Thank you.
And we would love to give Mr. McCarthy the opportunity to come up and give us a few words if you'd like to.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and the rest of the board. I've enjoyed my 36 years. It's been an adventure. I learned early on that I wasn't going to change the world at the board, but I could be the best expert that the board had. And so I dedicated myself to learning what I needed to learn about appraisal work. I was already experienced with petroleum engineering, having worked in private industry for a number of years. I grew up in a mining town, so I had a little bit of knowledge there. But there was a lot more that I had to take on. And I appreciated the opportunity that I was given to learn and to grow in this position. And I just wanted to thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your dedication and the expertise and the story of your growth within the position. I think you've brought a really unique value to the state of California, and we appreciate your work so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, let's give one more round of applause. And so we're going to keep you here for a couple minutes. I think we're going to have you come up on the stage, and we'll be taking our 10-minute break, but we're going to start that out with taking some photos so we can document this occasion. Thank you. We're almost ready to begin, so we've got about a 1-minute warning. Okay, members, we are back at 11:58. We have a hard stop at 12:30, so we're going to go on now to item 5, which is Executive Director's Report. And Ms. Stowers.
Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable members of the board. I'm Yvette Stowers, your Executive Director. Today, I am pleased to present the agency's updated strategic plan for 2026 through 2030. Is it up? That's okay. I do believe you have a hard copy of our strategic plan at your dais. It's coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mary. This plan, as presented to you, represents both continuity and progress. It builds directly on the success of our previous strategic plan while positioning the BOE to meet evolving needs of California taxpayers and stakeholders. The previous strategic plan covered 2020 to 25, was developed during a period of significant organizational change. I don't know why we keep bringing that up. Anyway, current executive leadership worked collaboratively to establish a focused framework built on clear priorities, attainable goals, and measurable outcomes that approach to serve our organization well as accomplish our goal of rebuilding the agency. The plan also brought stability, strengthened our accountability, and helped our work across programs and discipline. That was our prior plan. Our current plan, 2630, continues that discipline and approach. The plan reflects thoughtful input from an executive leadership and is intentionally designed to build practical, measurable, and achievable goals. Rather than expanding in complexity, this plan sharpens our focus and reinforces what we know works. Slide 2. At the foundation of the strategic plan, we are updating our mission and vision statements. The revised mission reaffirms our role as a fair and transparent and accountable tax administration that serves the public of California with integrity and professionalism. The updated vision looks forward, emphasize public trust, operational excellence, and an organization that adapts to change while remaining grounded in our constitutional responsibilities. Slide 3. The strategic plan also includes refreshed organization values. These values reflect how we expect to show up for the public and for one another. Let's say that again. How we expect to show up for the public and from one another. These values emphasize integrity, innovation, collaboration, and operational excellence. Importantly, these are not mere aspirational statements. They are intended to guide decision-making, leadership behavior, and day-to-day operation across the organization. We live by these goals. Slide 4. The agency's strategic goals for 2026 to 2030 build directly on the progress we have already made. They focus on strengthening our core tax administration functions, improving services to taxpayers and stakeholders, investing in our workforce and modernizing systems and processes that enhance efficiency, accuracy, and transparency. Each goal is supported by clear, objective, and performance measures. This allows us to track progress, assess outcomes, and ensure continued accountability. Continued accountability. The plan is designed to be a living framework, one that supports informs decision-making and allows leadership to adjust strategies as conditions evolve while remaining aligned with the board's priorities. In closing, this strategic plan reflects a mature organization that understands its mission, values its people, and is committed to continuous improvement. It honors the progress achieved under the previous plan and provide a clear, realistic roadmap for the next 5 years. And lastly, we appreciate the board's guidance and oversight, and we look forward to continuing our work together to serve California with fairness, transparency, and integrity. Members, that concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and I appreciate this strategic plan very much. I think it contributes greatly to the story of the BOE and what it does for taxpayers and for the success of our state. And I think it's been highlighted and articulated so well in this report. So thank you very much. Any other comments or questions for Ms. Stowers? Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Stowers, for this report. It looks like it's pretty well laid out. And really wanted to thank you and your team, because I know you guys have worked real hard on this. And you've always been really consistent in terms of, one, being real strategic and developing this plan. And I know we're in the process of modernizing the whole IT system moving forward. So I guess my question is, beneath that, since we're in that process of this modernization, do we have something in place that can carry out this plan until we modernize or get into the IT eventual goal, or reorg, I guess I should say?
Thank you, Member Vasquez, for the question. Our current technology system is so outdated.
I know.
And we have so many patchworks to make it work. And we're at the stage now that it really is not reliable. Say that, Ms. Taylor, Mr. McCall, but it's not reliable. So we are looking to modernize our technology. We do have a BCP, budget change proposal, asking for finance to support us changing our system. It appears that the Department of Finance is in agreement with it. It is in their it's in their January budget. But of course, we have to go through the process and get an approval from everyone. But until then, we will continue to work with our outdated, antiquated system. Again, outdated, antiquated, and we do need to come up to the current century.
That was my guess, that's all I'm saying. Because, I mean, this looks good, but I'm thinking if you don't have, like you said, the structure in place
Yeah,
and
we're-
the technology, you know, I'm sure that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, it is a challenge, and we are, you know, like I said, we're going through the process. We have, Ms. Taylor, can you? We have so many cooks involved in this. Ms. Taylor, can you give us an update on how we got the approval from CDT, the PAL process?
Catherine Taylor, Chief of Board Proceedings and Operations Support Services. Yes, on January 10, or actually on January 9th, when the governor presented his budget, the budget change proposal that we submitted for the IT modernization project was included. So in order to be included in that process, we've already been working with the California Department of Technology to go through their project approval lifecycle. They're a control agency, just as Department of Finance. So at this time, we have completed PAL Stage 1, and then with the inclusion in the governor's budget, we've completed PAL Stage 2. So we are currently in Stage 3. And at this time, in the next few months, we'll be, of course, Ms. Dowers and us will be going to the legislature to discuss our project. And simultaneously, we're preparing a request for proposal that would be put out through the public procurement process. And once, if we are included and we are funded in the upcoming budget, then we will be able to do a contract execution. So you'll hear more as we go along, but for now, it's moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
Can I ask a question reference?
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. This is why you should be.
Excuse me, don't go
Promoted.
too far, Ms. Taylor. Vice Chair has a question on this piece of
On this- just
information,
this-
then we'll go to Mr.
This
Schaefer.
comment, just because we've seen so many problems with technology upgrades and changes. I mean, historically with the state of California, and when I had the opportunity to serve on the board of Franchise Tax Board, they seem to do a pretty good job with that, at least from what I was able to ascertain. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that we're taking necessary precautions. And when I was at FTB, they indicated that they had been working with BOE on some technology-related stuff. So I'm wondering, have they advised in the past, or?
That's a very fair question, Member Gaines, Vice Chair Gaines. We do communicate with the Franchise Tax Board. They have been very successful with their technology project, EDR, and we are listening to them and following their lead.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Excellent.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. We're all dealing with public monies here, and I think one of the most important words is efficiency and how we deal with it, how we handle it. If we were Amazon or Procter & Gamble, we wouldn't be as, we'd have to explain to nobody but the stockholders. But I'm sorry to see that we don't have the word efficiency in our mission or our vision. I would like to see the word mission say that our mission is to serve Californians through fair, efficient, and transparent administration of all these things. Just adding the one word efficiency in the opening line of mission. If we had that there, it would give all of us an opportunity to question the common sense financially of whatever we're doing. I don't think it's sufficient for us to have taken a couple of years to close my $6,000 a month office that I was unable to use because my prime office really is 500 miles away where I live and where my constituents are. I don't think it's efficient for us to take 12 minutes of every meeting to have a chit chat with the AT&T operator because there's 25 people out here, times 12 is 300 minutes, which is 5 hours down the drain of human. See, I think we should be open, each one of us, not just Mike Schaefer, to efficiency of how we operate, and especially the board and chair and vice chair. And I would move that I'm not going to be here after 2030. I'm just here for the coming year. But I would think we should make it of record that the next time our mission is put into print, that we just add the one word efficiency along with fair and transparent.
Well, I think before Ms. Stowers weighs in, I just wanted to comment on the strategic goals on the reverse of this sheet. One of the top 3 strategic goals is to streamline the internal processes for greater efficiency.
Oh, I see the word over here. I had not seen that before. You're right.
Oh, okay. And maybe Ms. Towers could touch on this too, because the BOE is a GovOps.
I would take the word efficiency and make it efficient with a T on it and stick it also up under mission.
Yes, and we are also one of 12 or 13 GovOps agencies, so we are subject to the efficiency measures adopted within that framework. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair Lieber, Member Schaefer, for your questions. We are strive to be efficient as possible. When
put that in writing because,
we developed our strategic plan, it was a process with all senior management, and we asked for keywords on what they felt was most important. And that is how we revised our mission, our vision, and we also came up with our strategic goals. I understand your concern about efficiency, and I do believe that we are an extremely efficient agency. We are always looking at what it costs to operate, but at the same time, we have to balance a transparent and open to the public agency. So there's a balancing act there. And I support, and I believe the majority of this board support, seeking out transparency and allowing the public to participate in our meetings, even if that requires us to go out to the AT&T operator and ask if there's a public comment, and even if that operator tells us there's no one keying in at this time.
The operator could
That
just as well
is
be
our-
talking
that-
to Ms. Porter over
No,
here.
that, again, as I discussed with you yesterday, the operator cannot just contact the clerk of the board. It has to be, each time an item is called, we have to ask the operator, is there anyone willing to make a public comment? We cannot do it, and we should not do it at the start of the meeting, because a person may not be online at that time, or a person may not know they want to make a comment until the conversation is going on. This board may have a conversation on an agenda item that the public did not realize. Oh, legal's here to get me out of trouble. But the public did not realize that they wanted to comment. So the majority of this board has supported going out to the AT&T operator and asking for comments. And, sir, you are the
Yeah,
only
but we
one.
don't have to babysit the public that much. The public has a duty to watch the meeting and know what we're doing if they want to participate. And when they see that it's time for public comment, they should be calling in to our staff here.
Excuse me,
And we can ask the staff, we can say, staff, has there been any calls without us having a dialogue with AT&T ourselves?
if I may,
Before we turn it into a colloquy, that this was the time for a question or a brief statement, and I think Mr. Schaefer's views are well taken, and it's something that we are striving to do. The technology is now up to where we can just perceive things quickly, but we do have to go through this section of our agenda because we have a time certain and we're at risk of not taking a lunch hour. But this is going to be an ongoing process where we're going to have many opportunities at each meeting to
Madam
comment.
Chair, I'd like a 1 minute brief comment on that. I was told that I could put this on the agenda as an item, so I immediately prepared an agenda item and sent it to Ms. Stowers. And then Ms. Stowers calls me and says, and I said, I don't think you should have to bother us. It's really an administrative matter where you can just say, have the information conveyed to our staff and we can ask our staff. That would be just as legal. And she asked me to take the agenda item off, that she would look into it and see if we could do it administratively. So I took off my agenda item, and then she says this week to me, Mr. Schaefer, we can't do anything at this time. I don't know if she means we can't do anything until Trump retires, or can't do anything until summertime.
Yeah,
She promised me within 24 hours she's going to give me something in writing.
Well, I
what she gave me
appreciate that,
orally.
Mr. Schaefer, but that's not within this agenda item as it's been publicly noticed.
You're right,
And I'm
you're right.
intuiting that that's why we have legal up here. But I pledge to work with you on getting that to the board. I know that we've had discussion before, and it was lengthy discussion, but we can work on getting you an agenda item.
As soon
that's
as I get
about
her
that.
email, I will resubmit it for next month as a member item where it should be. All right, thank you.
Okay, we'll do that, but we have to stick to what is here under our open meetings laws. So legal, anything else to add to that? Okay.
No, thank
And
you.
Mr. Emron, did you have questions or comments also?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for your comments as well. Definitely a prickly issue. So, regards to the strategic plan, I do want to say how excited I am about this. It seems like starting the year and starting 2026, we're finally turning the page, because the last mission was to rebuild, revitalize, but now it feels like we're fully functioning. Everything is kind of firing on all cylinders. I do really appreciate the innovation part of that. Living in California, being state employees, it's at the forefront of what we do here in leading the way. And then also internally understanding our operations always need to improve, and we find ways to improve that, and the collaboration is important too. We had 2 retirements today, so it's like filling in that pipeline. And then lastly, I love 2.2 objective, develop future leaders, which I think is so important, because that's sometimes in government and bureaucracy, it's not always shine a light on, but I think it's important that we understand that the baton's always gonna pass, and we just have to make sure that we have people ready to run the race. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Emron. Ms. Towers, did you want to close on this?
No, that is the conclusion of my report. I'm really grateful for the senior management, all of our division chiefs, and the chief deputy, and the chief counsel. I mean, strategic planning for some is a headache, but for others, they really embrace it. And my senior management team really embrace the strategic planning. So thank you guys for embracing this. I look forward to a very successful 26 to 2030 year. I doubt if I'd be here that long, but that being said, we are developing our future leaders, so somebody will be here and would take the baton.
Lastly, too, Madam Chair, if I may, I just also really appreciate how in our mission statement you put the taxes that we oversee and administer. I think that's so important. When people call, still get CDTFA calls, still get OTA calls, but this really hones in. And then lastly, just so easy to read too. So just an overall job well done. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I'm glad you brought that up, because when it came to the mission statement, we had a good group conversation about our mission, because we were still using the mission from BOE 1.0, and it did not reflect who we were. So we put our thinking caps on, and we really identify who we are. And that's why it's in our mission statement. Thank you. I know it's almost 12:15, maybe
you.
12:30, so let me be quiet if I may.
Oh, thank you so much for this presentation. It's very valuable. And we have 8 minutes left, and we had intended to get through 5 items. But how about if can we take our operational priorities report?
Yeah, I think Ms. Benatti would be very brief.
Oh, thank you. And then we're going to maybe return to these items after our lunch or at the end of the day. So I hope that doesn't do damage to anyone's plans. Ms. Renati.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I'll give a brief report on the operational priorities currently underway. The first item is our staffing and workforce capacity. We recently filled 2 vacant positions, one through an internal promotion and one to a person new to the BOE. This has allowed us to recognize the talent within our organization and also bring in a new perspective and skills to our team. We are nearing completion on a comprehensive workforce development and succession plan. It's focused on building internal capabilities, preparing future leaders, and ensuring continuity in key functions across the organization. The workforce and succession plan is designed to support long-term organizational goals and stability and directly aligns with our priorities outlined in the strategic plan for 2026 through 2030. We anticipate presenting this to the board and to the agency in the coming months. Turning to the fiscal status of our agency, our expenditure reports through December 25 show that we're expected to spend about 90% of our budget appropriations. This reflects our careful planning and disciplined spending aligned with operational needs and the approved budget. We continue to closely monitor our expenditures, making sure they're mission critical, and so that we can ensure we have the funds available should we need them. The last item is mandated training. By statute and civil service rules, state agencies must provide employees with specific training courses. Some courses are completed annually, some every 2 years, some every 4 years. But in order to be consistent and make sure that everyone takes those classes, we have instituted a training cycle where everyone completes the same training at the same time. The training courses are self-paced, they're online. Right now, we are working on, for the end of January, everyone finishing ethics training, harassment prevention training, and ethics training. I think defensive driving, ethics, and harassment prevention. Anyways, the training is essential. It maintains safe, respectful, accountable workplace, and we are actively tracking those completions to make sure everyone does that. And this concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Questions for Ms. Renati? Okay, seeing none, I think I scared everybody into silence up here, I'm not sure. But shall we take the TRAO report? Thank you, Ms. Renati, for being so brief. We appreciate you. And now we'll go to Ms. Thompson for item 7.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. My name is Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here to provide you an activities update for the TRA office as far as completed cases for December. There were a total of 19 cases completed, 1 in District 1, 10 in District 2, 3 were in District 3, and 5 were in District 4. So of those 19 cases, 4 were in the administrative category and 15 in the valuation category. The memo that's attached to the public agenda notice will detail all of the topics by count, but the highest number was valuation. In the valuation category was change in ownership topic with 4 cases. There were 3 exclusion cases this last month. 2 pertain to the parent-child exclusion and 1 for base year value transfers for disaster relief. This concludes my update. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions? Vice Chair, did you have any questions about those numbers? Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no one, thank you. In your district, though. I have a very unquiet district. It's a rare month when they're asleep at the wheel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, do we have enough time for? You can do it? Okay, fabulous. We'll ask Mr. Young to come up and give us the Property Tax Deputy Director's report.
Thank you, honorable board members. Once again, David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. We have 3 reports for you. I will start with the first 2 by Ms. Lauren Keach. She'll give you an update on LTAs, letters to assessors, and our training and certification program, and will be followed by Mr. Jack McCool on the state assessed properties. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you. Ms. Keach, thank you.
Hello. Good morning, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. I'm Lauren Keach, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. I apologize, it's the afternoon now. Today, I'll provide a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of LTAs issued since the report at the last board meeting, and a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs issued to date can be found. As of the date of the attached memo, the agency issued a total of 46 LTAs for calendar year 2025, 3 so far for calendar year 2026, and 9 since the report at the last board meeting. Those 9 LTAs are summarized in order as follows. An LTA from the Assessment Practices Survey Division to issue the Glenn County Assessment Sampling Survey. An LTA from the Legislative Research and Statistics Division to report the factors for the taxable publicly owned land. An LTA from Assessment Practices Survey Division to issue the San Mateo County Assessment Practices Survey Report. 3 LTAs from the County Assessed Properties Division to issue Assessor's Handbook, Section 531, Residential Building Costs, Section 534, Rural Building Costs, and Section 581, Equipment and Fixtures Index, Percent Good and Valuation Factors. An LTA from the Assessment Practices Surveys Division to issue the Santa Barbara County Assessment Sampling Survey Report. An LTA from the County Assessed Properties Division to publish the 2026-27 California Consumer Price Index, followed and concluding with an LTA to publish the vessel valuation factors for lien date 2026. And this concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Questions for Ms. Keach? No? Okay.
Okay. Moving along then, I'll now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. For the 2025-26 fiscal year, BOE staff scheduled 40 classes and 2 webinars. Additionally, 7 classes were scheduled with instructors in county assessors' offices for their staff. Of the courses taught by the BOE, 25 have been completed since the beginning of the fiscal year, including 4 since the last board meeting. In addition, both webinars have been completed to date. For courses taught by the counties, 5 have been completed since the beginning of the fiscal year. And as always, we continue to offer our existing online basic training courses through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses and self-study training sessions that are available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions about training and certification? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to Mr. McCool. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. SAPD staff have completed several property tax audits, and many of those audits will be coming before the board in the next few months for the board's consideration. Now that the 2025 appeal season has concluded, SAPD will be concentrating on preparations for the 2026 appraisal season. Staff are currently working on the annual replacement cost new factors and the percent good factors, which are used in our cost approach appraisals. We publish these factors each year based on data collected and analyzed by our staff. We will continue to publish those factors on the agency's open data portal. Staff are also working diligently on compiling data for this year's annual capitalization rate study. Appraisers with knowledge and experience in each of our industry groups are working together to obtain the market data used in this study. The data is analyzed by our unitary appraisers along with input from state assessees. And finally, the date to file the annual state assessed property statement is March 1st, and our staff is already receiving extension requests from state assessees. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. McCool? Okay, seeing none, great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll go ahead and take Mr. Angelo too. Let's see how fast you can do it.
I know that's a challenge. I'll be as fast as I possibly can. Good morning, Chair Lieber, honorable members, Ted Angelo, Legislative Director and Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. Today, I'll do a brief update on the legislative activity for January, the second year of the 25-26 session. The legislature returned on January 5th, and the Senate swore in its newest leader in pro tem, Monique Limon. Many new leadership and committee assignments have followed since. And however, Senator McNerney remains the chair of the Senate Rev and Tax Committee, and Assemblymember Gibson remains chair on the Assembly side. The House of Origin deadline, or the deadline for bills to move out of their first house, is January 31st. The Appropriations Committees in both houses met last week to address the first House 2-year bills that I've mentioned to you before. Senate Appropriations passed SCA 4 and its board-supported companion bill, SB 623, that would allow the combining of the veterans and homeowners exemptions. The committee also amended and passed SB 288 Ciardo, which proposes giving people in probate more time to establish ownership and transfer base year property values under Prop 19. Again, we've discussed both of those in December. These bills were headed to the floor, and actually 288 passed yesterday before I put this together. And also SB 623 is on special consent. So that's probably being taken up today. The deadline again is the 31st. We expect the legislative proposal approved by the board in December that we covered in detail, extending the sunset date governing pipeline rights-of-way in Rev and Tax Code Section 401.10 to be introduced as a Senate Rev and Tax Committee bill in late February. I will keep you posted on its status. And I'll also keep you updated on new legislation, the deadline being February 20th. I continue to talk to legislative staff about bills that could be coming up affecting BOE property tax in general. New bills are filtering in now, and most will be introduced closer to the February 20th introduction deadline. My office will continue to keep you updated with weekly status reports and copies of analyses. This concludes my report, and again, I'm free to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Schaefer?
Ted, I was interested in AB 351, McKinnon Campaign Contributions Agency Officers. I looked it up on my cell phone so I wouldn't have to ask the question, and they said AB 351 deals with disposal of human remains, but that was in the 2022 session. Could you update me?
So I will take a look at that, and you said it was regarding campaign contributions?
Yes, it says Campaign Contributions Agency Officers.
Okay, I will take a look at it. I don't have the details on my update list today.
Right, and you have my email, oz.blueman@yahoo.com.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Imran?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, we worked really hard on the wildfire. We had a lot of hearings on the insurance, and the legislature is starting to implement home hardening rebates as well. I believe there's 2 programs: California Safe Homes Grant Program, as approved AB 888, and then California Wildfire Mitigation Program. It's a dual program with CAL FIRE OES. Just, you don't have to commit anything now, but I wonder if there's any type of website links or anything that we can do for our taxpayer constituents to kind of be able to get those resources. And that's something I could talk to the executive director more about, but I think it's very, very important that we kind of continue this work, especially as the legislature starts to allocate funds. Thank you.
I believe, and I'll just say briefly, I believe that's in our communications area for getting that information out. It's well taken. So I'll leave that for our incoming communications director to be able to coordinate that with the board. But I can't speak to that right now. But I understand, and again, home hardening is something that they're looking at from a tax perspective for property tax. There's no bill introduced yet, but they've been talking about that. But in terms of communicating it to the public, that would be in the communications realm.
Yeah, the reason the nexus is because it is on property. There are talks about property tax rebates, and then also the home hardening rebates. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Angelo. Just one quick question. I know we followed it last year and we supported Archuleta on his bill with the veterans exemption. And I think now he changed a little bit so they would qualify potentially for both, because usually they don't exercise their right for the veterans because they can't apply for both. And
Correct.
Apparently ours is less, so I'm glad to hear that that's moving forward. I don't know if it has legs yet, but.
Yeah, those are the 2 that I referenced. And
Right.
the SCA would have to go on the ballot and be approved by the voters because it's a constitutional change.
Oh,
So
okay.
SB 623 is the companion bill, And so that does the statutory changes if approved by the voters.
Got it, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, and Vice Chair?
Yeah, just following on comments by Member Emron. I had read there were also discounts that would be applied to homeowners, so that if they're doing certain home hardening aspects to their home, there would be a corresponding discount. Can we get more information on that too?
Home hardening discounts for homeowners?
Yes.
On what discount? What would be reduced?
Be a credit for like defensible space or home hardening.
On your property tax bill?
No, discount applied to your homeowner's insurance.
Oh, homeowner's insurance.
Yeah.
To the extent that the legislators are considering rebates, discounts, and credits for home hardening, to the extent that it relates to property tax, we will track it. But if it is an income tax credit, although they're calling it property tax, if it's an income tax credit, and my background of 40 years says when you talk a credit, that's income tax, that will be outside of our purview.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be something that Mr. Angelo would not be watching, but FTB will be doing the bill analysis.
How about
And for those
homeowners
who homeowners insurance, our role in homeowners insurance is limited to appeals, so it's very limited.
Yeah.
But if there's something introduced that requires the insurer to change your policy, we will look at it and we will present it to the
Okay.
board's attention, but we will not be doing a bill analysis because it will be outside of our preview.
See, I thought a bill was passed and signed last year in reference to these discounts on homeowners policies, but I can pursue that on my own.
Yeah, there's a couple of bills that are pending right now dealing with insurance.
But I'm talking about signed bills.
Yeah,
In the
yeah,
last session.
Well, we can research that more. And so do you have a close on this one?
I would just say we're limited to the gross premiums tax when it comes to insurance issues. We've alluded to them because of the fires and some of the things but in terms of what we track for an agency, it's the gross premiums tax and how that fund is handled. So homeowners insurance credits and taxations, those are not something that we track as a board, but I can help point your staff in the right direction.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll pursue it on our own. Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Yep, that's it.
Is that good? Okay.
Sorry for
I'm not
I
trying
tried to
rush
go as
you,
fast as I could.
But we do have to take our break, so real quickly, we are going to go to our AT&T moderator and see if there's anyone waiting on the line who would like to make comments on items 5 through 9, our executive director's reports.
To make a comment, please press 1 and then 0. 1 and then 0.
Okay, we're not hearing anyone.
There's no one in queue. Please
Jump in
continue.
there. Okay, thank you so much. So we will now take our lunch recess, and will we need to wait until 1:41 to reconvene? We'll reconvene at 1:30. So thank you, everyone. members, we're going to go ahead and get started. It is 1:39, and I have just one correction from the morning, which is incredible that we only need to have one correction, that the BOE is not a GovOps agency, and so I stand corrected on that one. And we're going to go on now to our informational hearing on the legal entity ownership program. And we'll go first to item 10, BOE's legal entity ownership program. That's going to be a presentation from the BOE executive staff regarding the operations of LEOP. But I've just made my second mistake, at least of the day, by not offering up my opening statement about this hearing. I want to first start by thanking my board colleagues for scheduling this important informational hearing on how the Board of Equalization and our 58 county assessors determine the reassessment of commercial, industrial, and corporate property when there is a 50% change of ownership or change of control as mandated by Prop 13. As administrators of California's $98 billion property tax system, it is our obligation to ensure that the system is fair, efficient, and comprehensive. The BOE's Legal Entity Ownership Program, commonly known as LEOP, is an integral part of our property tax administration programs. Working in partnership with the Franchise Tax Board and our county assessors, the BOE's LEOP department prepares notices of findings which let assessors know that a 50% change of ownership has occurred and reassessment is required. The LEOP process is essential to ensure our property tax system functions efficiently so that property valuations are recorded based on true changes in ownership. Correct taxes are paid and accurate revenues are received by our schools, counties, cities, and special districts. This duty is obviously more important today considering the significant revenue challenges that are faced at all levels of state and local governments. The purpose of today's informational hearing is to examine the LEOP process with the following in mind. To learn more about the current operations of LEOP from our BOE staff, to inquire about possible ways to improve the LEOP process, to hear from our county assessor partners, to learn about their experiences and receive their recommendations, to hear from experts and advocates about the ways to improve LEOP and possible policy initiatives to ensure that all constructive changes in ownership are captured for the purposes of reassessment. And lastly, to hear from interested parties and the public about their experiences with LEOP and to hear their views. As always, we'll have a robust exchange of views among BOE members and participants in this informational hearing. And I'd like to give an opportunity for my board colleagues, if you have initial comments that you'd like to make, and if not, Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for taking such a great lead on this. It's certainly a great way to start the year. I want to thank everyone, including the Board of Equalization staff, our county assessors, partners, and all the other folks that came in. LEOP, or LEOP, is not a technical exercise alone. It is a critical safeguard of the fairness in California's property tax system as ownership structures become more complex and increasingly opaque. The public depends on this board to ensure that changes in control and ownership are identified accurately, applied consistently, and enforced fairly. Today's presentations will highlight both the strengths of the program and the challenges it continues to face: persistent late filings, reliance on post-transaction discovery rather than voluntary compliance, and the growing administrative burden on the Board of Equalization and county assessors. As a board, our responsibility is not to only understand how LEOP operates today, but to ask whether it is positioned to function effectively tomorrow, particularly as commercial property transactions evolve and public confidence in tax equity remains paramount. With that context, I look forward to discussing how the program is performing, where modernization efforts are working, and what additional steps, administrative, educational, or legislative, may be necessary to strengthen compliance and transparency moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments at this point in time, we'll go into item 10, the BOE's Legal Entity Ownership Program, LEOP presentation from the BOE executive staff regarding the operations of LEOP. And we'll go first to our executive director, Ms. Yvette Stowers.
Good afternoon, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director for the State Board of Equalization. I'm very happy to present or have this presentation on LEOP, and we'll be basically tossing the mic over to the Chief of this department, Ms. Lauren Keach, who will provide you with some extremely useful information regarding our process, the following requirements and penalties, how we discover reassessable events, and our notice of finding reports that we submit to the county assessors, and our modernization and streamlining. I'm confident that our program is very efficient and effective, but I will leave it to Ms. Keach to explain. Ms. Keach?
Thank you, Ms. Keach.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stowers. I'm going to start standing up, but I may transition to sitting down.
No problem.
If that's okay with everybody. All right, then, well, let's get started. Good afternoon, honorable board members. My name is Lauren Keach, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division, and I will be presenting an overview today of the Legal Entity Ownership Program. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Okay, so in this presentation, I will be covering the following topics: the background on change in ownership in California and legal entities, an overview of LEOP and the process, filing requirements for Form BOE 100B and penalties, discovery methods for reassessable events of legal entities, notice of finding reports, which are monthly reports LEOP distributes to county assessors, and lastly, some of the modernization and streamlining efforts made over the years. Next slide, please. So just some background. On June 6, 1978, California voters passed Proposition 13, which rolled back real property to 1975 market values and limited the property tax rate to 1% plus the rate necessary to fund local voter-approved bond indebtedness, and limited future property tax increases to no more than 2% annually. So under Proposition 13, properties are reassessed to current market value only upon a change in ownership or completion of new construction. Further, AB 152 was passed in 1983 to amend and reorganize provisions of property tax law in the Revenue and Taxation Code affecting Section 64A pertaining to legal entities. So more specifically, Section 64C specifies the change in control of a legal entity, and Section 64D sets out when a cumulative transfer of original co-owner's interests in a legal entity triggers a change in ownership. And both of these circumstances would warrant a reassessment of the real property held by legal entities. Next slide, please. So as a result of the Assembly Bill 152, Sections 480.1 and 480.2 were added to the Revenue and Taxation Code, and the Legal Entity Ownership Program, referred to as LEOP, within the State Board of Equalization was established. These sections require legal entities to file a change in ownership statement with the board, and this broad language refers to filing of change in ownership statement with the board, but the statement is the Form BOE 100B, Statement of Change in Control and Ownership of Legal Entities, not to be confused with the change in ownership statement that is filed with assessors about a property transfers, which is in fact a different form. So LEOP was set up as a statewide clearinghouse to gather information regarding entities that have an interest in California real property that experience a change in control or a change in ownership. Next slide, please. So for the roles, LEOP is co-administered with the county assessors. LEOP is responsible for discovering changes in control and changes in ownership of legal entities statewide and disseminating that information to county assessors. LEOP does this by reviewing the Form BOE 100B, which is called the Statement of Change in Control and Ownership of Legal Entities, to determine if a change in control or change in ownership has occurred under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 64C and 64D for an entity holding California real property. LEOP is concerned with transfers of ownership in legal entities, not property transfers, and as part of its review, it analyzes the transaction to determine if it is subject to reassessment or is otherwise excluded from reassessment based on certain provisions of law, and also reports those entities that are a failure to file timely and are subject to penalty. LEOP provides county assessors with monthly reports on entities experiencing such changes, and then the county assessor is responsible for reassessing the entity's real property as of the date of change, or in the case where an exclusion applies, noting the excluded transfer in the real property records and applying that penalty if applicable. So that's the overview of those roles. I will go into that in more detail later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. So for the purpose of this presentation, let's define what a legal entity is. Assessor's Handbook Section 401, change in ownership, defines a legal entity as any business organization that is legally permitted to enter into a contract, including a contract for the purchase, sale, or lease of real property. Legal entity interests may be owned individually, owned by another legal entity, or held in trust. And then an important note about the trust is that ownership is determined by the beneficiaries. Some of the most common legal entities holding title of real property in California include corporations, partnerships, limited liability companies, joint ventures, Massachusetts business trusts, and real estate investment trusts. Next slide, please. So again, the analysis is really separated into the transfer of interest, whether it's a transfer of interest in a legal entity or a transfer of interest in real property. LEOP is concerned with transfers of ownership interest in legal entities, not transfers of interest of real property. Next slide, please. So part of this law that governs the legal entities and knowing the rules and the statutes that govern it is that legal entities can transfer interest without triggering a reassessment of the real property unless the following two circumstances occur. That is a transfer of interest that results in a change in control, or a transfer of original co-owner interest that results in a change in ownership. So now I'll go into more detail on these two types of transfers and provide some examples. And then as I get through the examples, I can definitely take time to pause, take questions, and make sure everyone's understanding and following along. Next slide, please. So starting with change in control, this is the big one. It determines when an entity that owns real property experiences a change in control, and all real property held by the entity or entities under its control would experience a reassessable event if more than 50% of the voting stock is acquired by a person or an entity, or if they acquire more than 50% of the partnership LLC in capital or profits, or if they acquire more than 50% of the total ownership in any other entity. So under these circumstances, all the real property owned by that legal entity or entities under its control would experience a change in ownership, change in control would be subject to reassessment. And this also applies to property that is either leased from a government entity or for long-term leases that are 35 plus years. Next slide, please. So here we have a demonstration leading up to what a change in control will be. You can see Corporation A owns 100% of Corporation X, which owns 100% of real property. So now if it doesn't necessarily matter how much is transferred, but if there is an acquisition of this Corporation X that owns the real property of more than 50%, then it would be a change in control. If it's less than 50%, it would not be a change in control. So on to the next slide then. You'll see that Corporation A is transferring 51% of its ownership in Corporation X to an LLC. So now this LLC has controlling interests in Corporation X, which owns 100% of real property. Therefore, under Section 64C, that property is subject to reassessment. And then since 64C occurred, they're now required to file that statement, change in control, under 480.1. Next slide, please. So these are to show some other examples, this being the first of types of transfers that would not result in a change in control. So this is a transfer that results, a transfer of Corporation X from A to Corporations B and C. But you'll see here, the outcome is B and C are only holding 50%. Neither one of them has acquired that controlling interest. So there is no reassessment of the real property, even though 100% has transferred. Next slide, please. Another example here, coming down to 25% transfers from Corporation B and C to now Corporations D, E, F, and G of that Corporation X that owns 100% of the real property. However, you'll see in this outcome, no legal entity or person has acquired controlling interests of Corporation X, and therefore there is no reassessment of the real property, thus no filing requirement. Next slide, please. Before we get into change in ownership, just want to take a pause if there are any questions, if we're good to move forward. Everyone good? Okay. You guys are pros. Okay, so change in ownership. This is a different type of scenario that involves two steps. So Section 64D specifies the meaning of change in ownership and the type of changes for legal entities that involves cumulative transfers of original co-owner interests where a property was previously excluded from reassessment under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 62A2 when it was transferred to the legal entity. So when the real property is excluded under 62A2, the persons holding the ownership interest in the real property immediately after become original co-owners. So that is step one. So when the original co-ownership is established, transfers of original co-owner interests are tracked. And once the cumulative transfer is greater than 50%, that would trigger a change in ownership under Section 64D. So I just want to note that 64D, when this occurs, it's only that property that is previously excluded under 62A2. So this entity could hold other properties, but if those were not part of the 62A2 transfer where that original co-ownership was established, they would not be affected. It's also important to note that a change in control can occur and take precedence over the change in ownership. So if they're doing these cumulative transfers and they break that 50%, but it also results in a person or legal entity acquiring controlling interests, then that would take precedence. It would be a change in control and all real property held by that entity or entities under its control would be subject to reassessment. So next slide, please. So the key takeaway here on the 62A2 is that in order for the real property to qualify for the proportional interest exclusion from reassessment, that ultimate ownership in the real property must remain the same before and after the transfer. So even if they're the same owners, but the proportionality is not there, then it would not qualify. So those are the key qualification methods in order to qualify for the 62A2 and grant that original co-ownership. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so here is an example of where establishing that original co-ownership here. You'll see A owns 60% of real property, B owns 40% of real property. Essentially, they're inserting Corporation X and maintaining that proportionality through Corporation X, which owns 100% of the real property. So now we have established A and B as our original co-owners. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we have year one. We're doing this in years, so to kind of develop a timeline here. Year one was when they established that original co-ownership. And then in year two, A is going to transfer 10% to B. So you'll see in the after graph here that B is holding 50%, A is holding 50%. So we're not looking at a change in control here. Only 10% of that cumulative 50% has been transferred. So there is no change in ownership under 64D. Next slide, please. Then in year three, A transfers 40% to C. So C is a new person here. But again, we're now only at 50%. It has to be cumulatively more than 50% to trigger a change in ownership under 64D. So we have the two original co-owners on here, and now C is new, but again, 10, 50, 40% is held, and there's no change in control here that we're concerned with, and also no change in ownership. Next slide, please. However, into year 4, now A transfers 1%. That breaks the 50%, putting us at 51%. So due to a cumulative transfer of more than 50% of the original co-owner's interest, this property is now subject to reassessment under 64D. Okay. Next slide, please. So there are some exclusions for legal entities, and this slide lists out those exclusions that are available. The first one is what I've mentioned, the 62A2 transfer that can happen at the legal entity level, as well as the real property level, for that proportional transfer. There's an exclusion for spouses and registered domestic partners, and then the other type is the affiliated groups as a non-taxable reorganization, which has specific requirements to qualify. Next slide, please. So this slide is showing some statistics dating back over the years. I believe the last presentation was in 2019. So really, we're just highlighting the accomplishments in production as far as processing the BOE 100Bs. And I will discuss that later on in our modernization and streamlining efforts. But we've made great strides in the number of filings that we are processing each year. This also shows you in the second column of the data, the number of CIC stands for change in control, CIO change in ownership, the number of those processed within those filings each year. So you'll see over the past 6 years, over 10,583 reassessable events that have been discovered, followed by the number of parcels that have been reappraised with a total of 63,756. And then breaking out those that are excluded because, if they're a reportable event, they experience that change in control, change in ownership, we would process that information and then report that to the assessors, but note that they are excluded at that time of that transaction. So again, next slide. So some of the filing requirements for change in control and change in ownership. As I mentioned earlier, sections 480.1 and 480.2 were added as a result of AB 152. It requires that a change in ownership statement, what we refer to as the Statement of Change in Control and Ownership of Legal Entities, Form B100B, must be filed when a transfer of ownership interest in a legal entity under 64C or 64D occurs, and that California real property is held. So the statute also requires that these events be reported to the board within a certain period of time following the change in control or ownership event. Currently, it is 90 days. Before January 1st, 2012, the law required filing within 45 days. And before January 1st, 2010, there was no time period requirement for filing. Next slide, please. So sections 480.1 and 480.2 are discussing the requirement to file. And section 482B is the statute governing the penalty if the statement is not filed timely. So the penalty for failure to file timely is 10% of the taxes applicable to the new base year value of the real property reassessed if a change in control or change in ownership has occurred. Or it would be 10% of the current year's taxes on the real property as of the date the due date period expired if a change in control or change in ownership has not occurred. So if we had sent a request for them to file and they did not within that time period. There is a process to abate the penalty by filing with the County Board of Supervisors within 60 days of being notified by the assessor. And also a BOE 100B statement must be filed with the BOE in order to receive an abatement. Next slide, please. So this slide demonstrates the CICs and CIOs reported for calendar year, the percentage of penalties applied in the following column compared to those that were filed timely. So for example, in 2025, we had 2,386 changes in control and change in ownership reported, and then 42 of those received a penalty. So there is quite a number of them that are, getting processed with penalties, but the majority is filing timely. So, next slide, please. So as far as discovering changes in control and changes in ownership, there are three main ways in which we discover the transfers that result in these events under 64C or 64D. The first and the main one being through self-reporting by the legal entities as they are mandated to do so. However, the other two methods are through board requests to file, where we send out requests to file the Form BOE 100B, and we are made aware of these through two sources, the first being the Franchise Tax Board, and then county assessors. Next slide, please. So as I just mentioned, this 480.1, 480.2 outline the requirements to file, and they should be self-reporting the events. The intent of filings within 90 days is so that the BOE can advise affected county assessors of reassessable events more timely, so that they can properly reflect the market value of the entity's real property and enroll that new base year value. Before the January 1st, 2010, the majority of filings were a result of board requests to file. And the reason the BOE received so few reported filings is that there were no penalties for not self-reporting to the BOE at that time. The penalty only applied if the BOE requested the entity to file and it failed to do so timely. So with the passage of Senate Bill 816, effective January 1, 2010, entities were required to self-report within 45 days or be subject to penalty, which then became 90 days in January 2012. So although the entities are required by law to self-report changes, we know that doesn't always happen. So we have a mechanism for discovering these changes in control or ownership that are not self-reported to us. And we mail requests to file when we become aware that an entity has undergone a change or acquired another entity, as we are made aware through these sources. So I'll talk about that one main source that I briefly mentioned, which is the Franchise Tax Board. And this is due to our partnership with the Franchise Tax Board. This agency serves as a source of discovery for sources of legal entities that are not self-reported. This is in accordance with Revenue and Taxation Code Section 64E. The FTB assists the Board of Equalization in determining whether an entity has undergone a reappraisable event. And the FTB does this by including questions on the tax returns of corporations, partnerships, and limited liability companies. There are 5 income tax return forms, and the form numbers and questions are identified on the slide for your reference. I'd like to highlight that these questions were updated with FTB as there were returns filed for calendar year 2024 for better clarity and consistency with the B100B form questions to increase the effectiveness of this discovery mechanism. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is going to present some of the statistics on the filings received from self-reported versus FTB filings. In any given year, you can see that the number and percentage of filings that are self-reported and those that are requested based on the information we receive from FTB as a result of what the entity reported on its income tax returns. The percentage of self-reported filings that result in a change in control or ownership is higher than those of the FTB board-requested filings. But there still are reassessable events being discovered through this mechanism, as you can see through those percentages. And overall, it increases effectiveness and the awareness for legal entities that are filing these income tax returns each year so that they're aware of this program and the filing requirement, and then they would answer those questions properly and file with us properly going forward. So to see a reduction in those percentages would be a good thing. Next slide, please. So then again, the other way that we discover changes in control or ownership of legal entities is through the county assessor's offices. The assessors assist us in discovery by referring potential changes to us using the form BOE 100BR. The assessor staff may be advised on a property statement or see an article on the information on the internet or receive information from taxpayers themselves. And this county referral form is available on the board's website for counties to notify us of potential changes in their county. Next slide, please. So once LEOP has completed the process of reviewing the filing, making the determination on the change in control or change in ownership, or if it's excluded, notating any applicable penalties, and providing supplemental analysis, that information is disseminated to county assessors on a monthly basis. I also include on here our non-response report. This is something that we would do annually for those entities that fail to respond to our request to file. So we notify counties of those as well, that they would be subject to penalty. Next slide, please. So this slide just includes more details as to the information that's included in those reports. They're very detailed each month. There's always a cover letter included in there. We include a copy of the BOE-100B filings with our processing notes. We try to make it very clear so that when it goes to the county, they know exactly what happened, when it happened, so they can really just take it from there and do their part of the reassessment process. Within that, we have the reports that compiles all the lists of those that had the change in control or change in ownership that had been processed by the unit within that month. We split the report two ways, by company name, so by the legal entity name, or by county, so they can just go and pull their specific county report. And then we have a separate report with those same two in it for excluded changes. We also include a special report for any amendments or corrections made to prior filings that have been processed. And then we include a merger summary. A lot of times mergers can result in real property transfers, and not all county assessors are notified. They don't always file the appropriate paperwork. So if they file with us, we take the time to process that and make sure that that gets to them. And then again, the non-response filing list. This has all the information as to those entities that did not file, with a lot of information on how to handle it on their end with imposing penalties. Okay, next slide, please. So upon receiving all of that information from us, monthly and annually, the assessor's offices would review these reports. They would identify the real property in the county that's subject to reassessment, reassess that property, apply penalties if applicable, and then notify those entities and enroll those reassessments and penalties. Next slide, please. So lastly, I would like to conclude by highlighting the process improvements dating back 2019. This program has focused on modernization and streamlining efforts over the years, starting with the processing of the BOE-100B form, transitioning to a paperless environment. We created a modernized online web database that streamlined our paperless processing and tracking abilities. It also gives us a lot more data and ability to research and going historically. We also implemented online electronic filings of the BOE-100B. Taxpayers can go on our website, complete it fully electronically, instead of filling out the paper and mailing it to us as has been done in the past. And then we also, as I mentioned, revised the questions on the income tax returns that are filed with the Franchise Tax Board. So with that, I want to recognize the LEOP team and all their hard work that has helped this program excel in serving legal entities and the California taxpayers. And then this last slide will provide contact information for LEOP should taxpayers or anyone need to reach them directly. We have a great team that's available to help you. We respond to inquiries quickly, and we do the best that we can to go above and beyond to serve and answer those questions, whatever they may be. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to provide this presentation and share the intricacies of LEOP and the program's success over the years. That will conclude my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a great presentation for us. Any questions? Members, Mr. Vasquez, did you have one?
Just a quick one. Thank you for this. I didn't know how this all works, and you really broke it down real good. And it sounds like, at least from the presentation, that there's several ways to get to the change of ownership through the process. Although most of it, I guess, is self-reporting, it looks like. At the end of the day, are you comfortable, or do you feel that it's adequate? Or because you don't have obviously probably the staff to do a lot of these spot checks. And at the end of the day, I guess if somebody, like I think it was one of the slides you showed where they create an LLC and it's 40-40, and somebody might own 10% or something, but at some point of that 10%. Well, I guess if it clicks into the 51, it creates the change of ownership. Do they file that with you or the county, or who's notified of that?
So they would file that BOE 100B form with us if they did trigger that change in control under section 64C, or if it were to be a change in ownership under 64D. So that's that form, BOE 100B. We have the main page of the form that asks them those specific questions. Did you acquire another entity or controlling interest greater than 50%? Followed by a second question, did that entity hold California real property? And then it gives them directions, if they were to answer yes to both of those questions, to fill out an appropriate schedule and give us all the details of information that we would need on that specific transaction, on the real property that was held, so we could do our analysis and detailed review of that form and that transaction to determine, okay, this real property experienced this reassessable event, and all of that goes into our process and our database, and that's computed into the reports that go out to the assessors.
But that's all done by basically self-reporting. If they don't report it and still make the move where somebody becomes the owner of, a piece of property with over 50%, doesn't notify or doesn't file it, is that a possibility?
Well, if they don't file it, then they're looking at the 90-day penalty for not filing timely, but then that's also why we have our discovery mechanisms in place with the franchise tax board, because they would file an income statement with the franchise tax board that has those questions on there that are identical to our questions. On the first page, it's near the top, so, if they're answering under penalty of perjury, they should be reporting that to us. That list would come to us. That's a monthly process that we handle. With FTB, we reviewed the list of those entities. We would cross-check it with our database because they may answer yes on that and have already filed with us. But if they filed with us, then we wouldn't send them a request. However, if they have not, then they would go on the list and be actually sent a form for them to complete and send back to us. So it comes down to them knowing these laws as being a legal entity that has California real property. It really is their responsibility. Whether they don't know, they may have legal representation that can advise them when they make such transfers and these types of transactions occur, that they would be knowledgeable of the law that requires them to file.
Okay. Mr. Emron.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you. That was 30-plus slides you got through very, very concisely. In regards to the penalty deterrence, we've seen on the charts there's consistently high late filing rates. Does staff believe the current 10% penalty structure meaningfully incentivizes compliance, or does the data suggest otherwise?
That's a good question. The penalties can also be higher because it's, sometimes there are multiple entities involved in a transaction, and that can kind of skew that percentage there. Hopefully they missed it this one time and then recognize that there is a penalty when it does in fact come to them, and then they understand why this penalty occurs and this timeline is in place. As far as, we have compliance by enforcing this penalty. So I can't speak to the legal entities as to why they don't file timely or if it's discovered later on. Some of these smaller entities that don't have legal representation aren't aware of it until they get a family attorney or someone to administer their legal entity holdings, and then they're informed about this filing requirement. So again, that's why the questions on the franchise tax board forms are good, to increase awareness as they file those tax returns and help us in discovering those that would already be late and then are penalized by that time.
But in a year where the franchise tax board, for example, at Controller's Chair, we had Los Angeles County get an extension, so you're not necessarily able to use that data. How do you mitigate in that situation where FTB is not giving you timely reports because they can't at the moment?
We would just process them, as the data becomes available to us, because typically by the time we get that data from FTB, they're already past the 90 days. So at whatever point that information becomes available to us, we would still do our due diligence by sending entities those requests to file. That has not happened to us, so I can't, speak to a situation that has occurred. But it would be my thought that we would just handle them when they come. It could be burdensome on our unit by having, if there was time periods skipped, and having a large list of those filings to send out for request. So we would have to navigate how to handle that workload.
Understood. That's good to know. And then my very last question, the data shows on average more than half of LEOP filings are submitted late. What does staff identify as the primary drivers of late filing?
Just probably lack of knowledge of the penalty requirement, complexity of these transactions that people don't realize until it's too late. If there's a change that's due to death, which is very common for families that have these, someone may pass away and they're overwhelmed with all, obviously, what they're going through, and then having to deal with paperwork within 90 days is a pretty quick turnaround. So I think that's a main cause that we see. And so again, in those circumstances, they could take these to the County Board of Supervisors and plead their case in an attempt to abate the penalty.
Just a quick follow-up, Madam Chair. So when you talk about education and outreach being lacking of, are there targeted outreach efforts to taxpayers, attorneys, accountants, and professionals who frequently structure these deals? And how effective have those efforts been?
I would say our major outreach is through the annual FTB filings, by having that information in there, as well as our website. If they were to go and want to find information, we have a very detailed webpage dedicated to LEOP, filing requirements, penalty provisions. And our staff, if they contact us for questions or send us an email, we educate them through that way. When we made our electronic form available, we reached out to, we have frequent businesses and law offices that file with us, so we reached out to them to let them know that that feature and capability was now available. So those are sort of our smaller efforts of outreach that we do. But I mean, definitely more outreach, I agree, is always a good thing.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question. So the penalties were established by the legislature to get compliance. And do we have any data on sort of a breakout of the value of the property, of who's getting the penalties? And what I'm trying to get at is, I wonder if it's people or small businesses or whatever of a lower income that tend not to have legal representation, that would tend to inadvertently go into a problem of being over 90 days. Because I think, like in the case of a death and property then being transacted, that's a fairly short timeline, but that comes from the legislature. Is that right?
Yeah, as far as the data that we have available, it would just be the quantity of those and the number of legal entities that actually have those penalties applied. Because then at that point, our role is to inform the county assessors, and then they actually apply those and then would go through the collector's office to collect that. So I wouldn't have detailed as to figures on that, and that's not something that we collect, but if there is a way to find that information out and see how we can address it better, we could maybe collaborate with county assessors.
Okay. And it looked like from the slide presentation that in the recent years, the Form 100B was right around 4,000 to 4,500 instances in a year. And that just seems to a layperson, I mean, I've tried to look up online how many corporations are there in California, and no one has a solid number, but that seems like a very low number. And so I'm wondering if it is effective at capturing what the transactions that are truly going on.
Well, again, legal entities, they're kind of in their own realm of property tax, so they can, in the change in control examples I showed, they can do many transfers without triggering a reassessment. You know, if you're to do that at the real property level, you're gonna get a partial reassessment for those transfers unless there's some other type of exclusion. But, you know, there are advantages and disadvantages to holding property and legal entities and knowing the law and the transfers that you can do to not trigger the reassessment. You know, is probably what they're trying to do here. And yeah, so I can't speak as to how many, you know, legal entities there are out there. I do agree that it does probably seem low in comparison, but I would just assume that it's because they're knowledgeable, and if they do hold real property, again, this is a legal entity with real property, not just legal entities in general, as many legal entities just own businesses and lease their property and don't own it. So as far as what we're capturing for those that own the real property and experience these specific events that would trigger the reassessment, that's what we capture and we report.
Great, and I think we'll probably hear from the county assessors what the flow that comes in from them is like, so we get a general idea of which streams are the most impacted or the most commonly used. I wonder if there's any type of an auditing process between the FTB and the BOE to ensure that 100B is capturing these instances of changes.
Well, they put together a list of every single entity that answers yes to those questions on there. And then that's when we would cross-check it with what we have reported or not reported. So really, they're just following the statute that requires them to assist us in discovery. And then we're doing our part with following through with that discovery by bringing it to the legal entities, saying, hey, you didn't report this to us, but you reported this on your income tax return. So you need to tell us what happened, and then we would examine that information.
Okay. And what would be sort of the magnitude of the county assessors coming forward to LEOP staff in terms of identifying changes of ownership? How big is that flow? I don't know exactly how to
It can
phrase
vary
that.
from year to year. You know, I don't want to put an exact number on it, but we are reporting so many of them to the counties. And, you know, when we do get them from the counties, we take the time and attention, and sometimes it's a filing that we have already received and would inform them on if it were pending processing or if it had in fact been processing. But it could get up to maybe 100 or more per year of those. And then the outcome of those would tend to vary as if it would actually warrant us sending a request to file, if it's already been addressed, and then we would let them know either way.
Okay, and I hope I'm not hogging the time, but I just have a couple more here. I've seen discussions in various fora about the role of AI to identify potential changes in ownership, and I wonder if that's something that the BOE has come across. Is that being used at all?
In our processes, we have not used AI. It's very technical. We have a skilled team that analyzes these transactions and all accompanying documents and information that may be included with this filing, which can get pretty lengthy. So I would not rely on AI, and you know, there are so many little nuances. One different step in a transaction, you know, or anything minor could create a different outcome, which is what also makes it so interesting and why we really train our staff and rely on their expertise to fully interpret and process these filings, and then be able to communicate that to the county assessors in a way that if the county assessors then needed to communicate that to the taxpayers, those legal entities that are receiving that form or reassessment.
Okay, great. Well, I think I'm good with that. Mr. Schaefer?
I'm concerned about the penalty assessments. That's strictly the role of the assessor. Does the assessor have ability to partially abate, make a judgment valuation as to the seriousness or the amount of good faith involved? And once the assessor makes its decision, either in whole or in part, is there a review available as to the penalty? I guess the review is when it comes here.
So the abatement process, so we inform the county assessors of the penalty. The assessors would enroll the reassessment and the penalty, and then it would go, from my understanding, to the tax collector, who would then send out that tax collection form and collect the penalty. But then they're notified they have 60 days if they want to abate it, and that is a full process that's handled with the county board of supervisors. So I'm not actually too involved or familiar with the details of that process. I have never heard of a partial abatement. They either abate the penalty or they don't in their decision, but it would be a formal process with due diligence from both sides as to if the penalty were to stand or if they were to abate it for some reason.
Yeah, there are some good reasons. People have a death in the family, they have
Right.
to travel, you know. Thank you.
Yes.
Everyone's good with that? I'm sure we're going to have kind of an ongoing process as we digest what we've been told on this. So thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we appreciate the LEOP unit's work on this as well.
Thank
So
you.
Thank
Yep,
you.
kudos to the team. Thank you.
Thank you. And a question for staff. We are at the time now where we anticipate taking the afternoon break. Should we launch into our next panel or take the 10-minute break now?
That we need to take first.
Okay.
And, but for item number 10, we're
Yes.
here.
So we'll take the public comments for item 10, and we have at least one person who is here in the auditorium with us, who is Scott Kaufman, Legislative Director for the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. Please come up.
First of all, my thanks to staff for the presentation. Appreciate it. It's very good. As said, I'm Scott Kaufman, the Legislative Director for the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. Glad you're having this conversation. I think it's an important conversation. We have, on several occasions, presented language to the legislature that would close what we call the Dell loophole. It has continuously been opposed. We support efforts to do that, but if the true effort is split roll, which I think it is for some of the folks here today, we would vigorously oppose that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And we have one written communication.
Yes.
So if this would be the right time to have you read that into the record, we would appreciate that very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can do.
We have to check with the AT&T operator.
Well, we'll do that, but we're putting them a little bit third in the parade. Please.
Alrighty, we received this public comment late last night. To the Honorable Sally J. Lieber, Chair, the Honorable Ted Gaines, Vice Chair, Honorable Antonio Vasquez, Member, the Honorable Mike Schaefer, Member, the Honorable Malia M. Cohn, State Controller. January 28th, 2026. Agenda Item 10, Informational Hearing on the Legal Entity Ownership Program, LEOP. Chair Lieber and members of the board. California is home to the most I'm going to get this go. Yes. companies in extraordinary wealth, yet the working families who keep the state running and are being priced out of their own communities. California operates as a two-tier system. Everyday people pay their fair share, while the largest corporations skirt by. We have allowed bad policy to protect corporate fortunes at the expense of public investment. The most egregious example of this two-tiered system is the corporate property tax loophole. This board is meeting today to discuss the Legal Entity Ownership Program, LEOP, and it is here that one of our state's most glaring structural inequities is maintained. For decades, some of the world's richest companies have exploited state tax loopholes to avoid paying their fair share on massive property holdings. While a family buying a home triggers an immediate property tax reassessment, corporate entities use complex shell games to transfer ownership interests without ever crossing an arbitrary 50% change in control threshold that triggers a fair market valuation. The impacts of this distortion are clear. 2020 research from the USC Equity Research Institute shows that moving to a market value system for commercial and industrial property would yield between 10.3 and 12.6 billion in additional revenue every single year. 6 years later, these numbers are now likely much higher. This isn't about small businesses. Just 6% of commercial properties, those worth over $5 million, account for a staggering 78% of that revenue. That missing revenue is money that should be funding our schools, our healthcare system, and the public infrastructure that made corporate success possible in the first place. This is compounded by an increasingly hostile federal government intent on stripping billions of dollars from our healthcare system and illegally withholding billions in FEMA payments. We cannot continue to ask individuals to carry the burden for the corporations that hire high-priced lawyers to game the system. And we cannot build a 21st century state without a tax code that continues to perpetuate loopholes for corporations that were created nearly 5 decades ago. I applaud your recent steps towards reform, but I think we can go further. Meaningful change can be achieved within the current framework simply through the redefinition of administrative rules. If the board cannot or will not exercise its authority to protect California taxpayers from corporate lawyers creating and exploiting loopholes to avoid paying their taxes, then I will. Just like I have taken corporate tax dodgers to the ballot before, I will not do it again. Recommendations for things you can do right now. Commission on Official Statewide Valuation Report. You can't manage what you can't measure. The board could commission a comprehensive report to quantify the following: the total value of properties that have changed ownership without reassessment and calculating the gap for those properties, the revenue foregone by existing LEOP loopholes. In addition, the study should size the total revenue foregone by the commercial property tax loophole and explicitly analyze the valuation gap by comparing current book values on the assessor rolls against true market valuations based on modern asset valuation standards. The study need not make policy recommendations, but we need an official accounting of the difference between what these properties are worth and what they are actually paying to demonstrate how unfair the system has become. Californians deserve to know county by county how much they are being shortchanged. conduct a split-role feasibility study to determine the additional resources and funding needed for both the BOE and counties to quickly and effectively administer a split-roll style reform. Strengthen control definitions. Use your rulemaking authority to broaden how change in control is identified, ensuring that affiliated entities or groups acting in concert cannot bypass reassessment through split ownership schemes. Adopt more aggressive interpretations of indirect ownership, ensuring that complex, multi-tiered LLC structures are treated as a single change in control when the ultimate beneficial ownership shifts. Increase discovery and accountability. Direct the LEOP unit to enhance data cross-referencing with the Franchise Tax Board to identify hidden transfers, moving away from a system that over-relies on voluntary corporate self-reporting. Modernize reporting thresholds, reevaluate administrative rules to ensure that when a significant majority of an entity's economic interest changes hands, even though cumulative transfers, the property is reassessed to its true market value. The core truth is unavoidable. A tiny number of corporations have accumulated extraordinary wealth and use their lawyers and lobbyists to avoid paying property tax. Meanwhile, hardworking California taxpayers, our cities, counties, schools, and hospitals pay the price. This much must change. Sincerely, Tom Steyer. That concludes the public comment we received in writing.
Thank you. We'll go out to our AT&T moderator now. Moderator, if you could please tell us if there's anyone waiting on the telephone line to make a comment on item 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to speak, please press 10. And no one has queued up. You may continue.
Okay, thank you. So members, that concludes item 10, and we'll take our 10-minute afternoon break now before we go on to item 11. Thank you so much. Okay, we've got a 30-second warning. We're going to pull stuff back together now because we still have several more items. We're learning a lot here. And we're going to go on in just a moment to item 11, which is the California Assessor's Perspective, commentary and presentation from the California Assessors Association and several assessors. And I'd like to start first with the Honorable Kristen DePaul, who is president of the California Assessors Association, and she is the Modoc County Assessor Recorder. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable board members and members of the public. Thank you for the invitation to speak this afternoon and offer perspective from the assessor's offices. My name is Kristen DePaul, and I am the assessor recorder for Modoc County, and I'm currently serving as the president of the California Assessors Association. The CAA represents elected and appointed county assessors who are constitutionally charged with fairly, uniformly, and lawfully administering California's property tax system. The association promotes professionalism, consistency, and public trust through collaboration, education, and compliance with state law and BOE guidelines. Today's presentation is offered in that spirit. BOE members and the public will hear perspectives from 4 counties on how state law is implemented at the local level. These perspectives reflect our shared responsibility and the operational realities of LEOP administration. First, we would like to recognize and thank board staff for their participation in this program. They carry the burden of the determination of whether a change in ownership or change of control exists in each instance, which at times can be complex. Once the board has made their determination, they release their monthly findings to the portal, and key personnel from our offices log onto the portal to retrieve monthly reports. Once we review the reports, we download any 100 Bs relevant to our county with eligible transfers and send them to our transfer analysts, and they begin the initial steps in the reappraisal process by sending out a change in ownership form and flagging the properties for reappraisal. We also review the no response list for a change in ownerships that have potentially been picked up at the county level and are not responding to the state. As mentioned in the presentation, sometimes the discovery is an exchange of information that comes from our local assessor's offices to the BOE through the 571 business filing process or other means of a discovery. We do appreciate the modernization and improvements made by the BOE staff to the program. It has helped everyone, I believe. One issue with the program that seems to plague all of our counties is the time delay in receiving the legitimate change in ownerships and change of controls. The delay can cause additional workload in terms of years of roll corrections process, sometimes causing counties to lose 1 or more assessment years at the new base year value due to exceeding the statute of limitations for roll corrections. Delays also cause taxpayer agitation and staff time to manage cases and complaints when a taxpayer receives multiple years of escapes several years after the transfer or a change of control has taken place. We do recognize the statistics noted in the staff presentation regarding the drastic increase over the last few years, with LEOPs more than doubling from the 2021 to 2023 years. And we also want to note that there has been marked improvement in the timeliness of the reporting over the last year or more, and the delays have significantly decreased in many cases. Responsibility for assessment and collection of penalties for late filers rests on the local county assessors, but the BOE is very proactive in providing notification and support to the assessors, even sending a template letter to local offices to edit and send out if needed. The association would like to take this opportunity to thank the board staff for their responsiveness to our requests and to our questions. Recently, I had a question about 100B for our county that was missing from their report, and I had the missing document within the hour. LEOP has also begun to play a large role in the county recorder documentary transfer tax program. My colleague John Tudor, who I believe is online, will speak to the LEOP program's contribution to the recorder program shortly, as he is the chair of the Documentary Transfer Tax Committee. In conclusion, the LEOP program is an important piece of the change in ownership equation, and our association is grateful for the administration and partnership the Board of Equalization provides, and we look forward to working together to make the program as effective and productive as possible at both the state and local levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if the board is okay with this, maybe we'll hold all the questions until the end, and then we'll kind of let folks come in as they'd like to. So thank you so much for kicking that off. And we will go now to the Honorable John Tudor, Napa County Assessor Recorder Clerk. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you. As you can see, I'm at home today, and I trust you can hear me. I'm getting an echo at mine.
We can hear you very clearly.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the board and their staff, as I have for the past 40 years, with the wonderful cooperation between the board staff and our offices. As Kristen DePaul mentioned, the BOE lag time is improving. LEOP assures reassessment of corporate changes of ownership to keep equity with all property owners, which was mentioned in one of your public comments. Our office specifically, as a mid-sized county, has a wonderful relationship with the LEOP team at the BOE. Now, the no response list is a large undertaking, but we take it seriously. And we do occasionally find that changes of ownership have occurred that were not reported. There was a question earlier from member Schaefer about the penalties. And I wanted to point out that penalties are referred to either the Assessment Appeals Board or the Board of Supervisors if they are acting as a local board of equalization to hear an abatement process that Ms. Keach mentioned. As she also mentioned, the county keeps the penalties. But it is a workload for the assessor because we must defend the penalty at the Assessment Appeals Board. Finally, Kristen DePaul mentioned the documentary transfer tax, which is on the recorder side. Again, in terms of equity, as was mentioned by the public comment, every property owner who buys a house has to pay documentary transfer tax, just as they have to be reassessed. And the North Ardmore case by the California Supreme Court defined realty sold as changes in control and changes of ownership of legal entities. And therefore, beginning after the North Ardmore case, approximately a decade ago, assessors and recorders are cooperating across the state to make sure that LEOP changes that the assessor receives are treated the same as other property owners who are subject to documentary transfer tax through the normal recording process. Documentary transfer tax on unrecorded changes of ownership has increased DDT revenue substantially. I will be standing by if there are any questions.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for showing us what I'm guessing is your cattle behind you there. It's very good. Thank
That's
you.
one of our 65 head running around.
Thank you so much for that. And now I think we have a representative from LA County who's here with us.
Hello.
Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. I'd like to thank the board members, fellow assessors, and members of the public. And I want to thank the California Assessors Association for inviting Los Angeles County to this hearing. I'll be providing some input, maybe a recommendation or two related to the administration of LEOP. And although I'm representing LA County, I think I could fairly say that the other assessors up and down the state are bothered by two things. One is escape assessments, and the other is assessment appeals. And the tendency of the LEOP process results in both, most likely. What I mean is, in a scenario where reporting of the transfer or reporting of the change in control is, let's say, 60 days past the 90-day reporting requirement, we're probably going to enroll that change in control or change in ownership in a normal fashion, but it's almost guaranteed that we will pick up an assessment appeal. Why? Because the taxpayer feels, well, I was only late by 40 days. This is ridiculous. Why should I have to pay a penalty? So they're going to be motivated to file an assessment appeal. And again, we're going to have to show up and prepare a defense of the penalty. Now, bear in mind that these assessment appeals aren't the normal type of assessment appeals. These are not appeals based on the value of the property or on whether or not a change in ownership occurred. It's going to be based on whether or not the taxpayer deserves the grace of the appeals board for abatement. The taxpayers don't really know what to do about this. And a lot of times the assessment appeal boards don't really know what to do with this. So it's really not ideal. Let's go to another scenario where reporting is, let's say, 3 years, 4 years after the actual change in control. Well, now there's going to be escape assessments issued. And there's also going to be, again, the penalty. The escape assessments are no fun. It almost always leads to taxpayer indignation, taxpayer frustration. They deal with it, but they're usually going to file an assessment appeal on the penalty. So we're going to pick up a penalty there. But it also happens that by the time we get around to identifying a change in control that occurred maybe 3 or 4 years back, the subject property has already sold. So we can't then, in good conscience, levy that penalty against the new owner. So we actually, due to moderately late reporting, we missed the opportunity to levy the late filing penalty, which is that 10% of the taxes owed. And we also encounter in LA County more extreme examples of late filings where the reporting of the change in control, change in ownership occurs maybe 9 or 10 years after the actual change. That leads to an unlimited number of escape assessments being issued. But it also bars the assessor from issuing the supplemental assessment because the supplemental assessment comes with a 8-year statute of limitations. So in the case of an extremely late reporting, the assessor misses the opportunity to file to enroll the supplemental assessment. It's then sort of forced to enroll many years of escape assessments. And we're going to pick up 2 assessment appeals in this case. We're going to pick up an assessment appeal on the escapes because a lot of the public thinks that they're only subject to a 4-year statute of limitation or at maximum an 8-year statute of limitation. So they don't know that when legal entities are involved, the statute of limitations is unlimited. So we're going to have to pick up an appeal there, and then we're going to pick up another appeal on the penalty. And so the suggestion that LA County has to avoid, as much as possible, to avoid late reporting, late filing on the part of legal entities is to add a single sentence to the BOE 502D form This form is titled Change in Ownership, Death of Real Property Owner. It's a change in ownership statement. On the top of the back page, the second page, there is a section which asks the recipient of the form to list any changes in control or changes in ownership pertaining to a legal entity. And they'll sometimes report something there. We would like another sentence added which says you must concurrently file a BOE 100B with the State Board of Equalization. Because what happens is our taxpayers think, oh, I've just filed this change in ownership statement. I'm completely off the hook. I fulfilled all of my reporting requirements. They don't know that there's another form. And I think the addition of that sentence would be helpful in perhaps reducing the number of late filings. Again, I think it's a matter of adding one sentence. I have three other suggestions as part of my presentation. One is that it appears determinations on the part of LEOP, change in control, change in ownership determinations, sometimes get stuck. What I mean by that is we see evidence of a BOE 100B form being returned sometimes 18 months before the LEOP can issue a determination or declaration, which they date enter it. So just yesterday, I was looking at an example where a form was returned, completed, or presumably completed to the BOE in March of 2024, the LEOP program. But it really wasn't date entered or completed until November of 2025, and then it made it onto the subsequent monthly report. If there's any way that the BOE LEOP program can help get some of these determinations unstuck so that they occur without that tremendous delay, I think that would be a vast improvement. Lastly, I have two comments regarding the monthly notice of findings report. One is if the notice of finding can contain assessor identification numbers. We see on the actual BOE 100B form that's returned that we sometimes see assessor ID numbers, but those ID numbers never make it onto the monthly report. So that requires then the assessor to do some good amount of digging to see, okay, given this legal entity, which parcels are involved? If that information is already provided on the report on the BOE form, why not include it into the monthly notice of findings reports? And lastly, we have situations where there's a parent company and let's call it a subsidiary. And the subsidiary owns real property in Los Angeles County, for example, that has undergone a change in ownership. And the name of the subsidiary company makes it onto the notice of findings, the monthly report. But the BOE, in its naming convention, it doesn't put the name of the subsidiary in the file name of the 100B form. It puts the name of the parent company. So where these two names are similar, it's okay. Usually we can do a search and locate the form. But if these two names are completely distinct and there's no overlap, it makes it hard for us to figure out which of these 100B forms applies to the subsidiary. So I would ask that the board also consider whether its naming conventions could be more explicit and more helpful to local assessors. Lastly, I would ask the BOE LEOP to consider advocating for legislation that extends the 90-day filing period to something that matches the 150-day filing period that is currently part of Revenue and Taxation Code 480, I think 480B. And that's where the death of the real property owner is involved, and it allows the trustee of the trust, for example, to file within 150 days of the death of the owner. I get a lot of follow-up phone calls from taxpayers who have received a LEOP penalty, and in most cases, it's due to the death of a patriarch, a matriarch. These are not always very sophisticated members of legal entities. Some of them you would think are familiar with the rules, but it's not always the case. I had one that called me who had worked as a real property appraiser for Santa Barbara County for 15 years. And he wasn't even, he didn't know about this reporting requirement to the Board of Equalization. So those are the main points I wanted to bring up. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being here, and I really appreciate these suggestions. So I hope you'll stay on the line so that we can potentially ask you questions if questions come up.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And now we have joining us here in the chambers, Honorable Joaquin Torres, San Francisco Assessor Recorder. Thank you for being here today.
Great, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And just want to echo a lot of the statements from my colleagues up and down the state. But San Francisco has somewhat of a unique situation in regard to some of the recent comments from Los Angeles. We don't have the same issues that, say, Los Angeles has mentioned with the AAB board in relationship to LEOP and appeals, although Santa Clara made mention to us that they would benefit from additional foundational education being provided to their AAB members, specifically in relationship to LEOP appeals. San Francisco is very happy to work with the BOE to provide the information around our work with the AAB. In the past 9 years, I've been told that about 99% of the appeals, 99 to 100% of the appeals that come forward are in the favor of the assessor. In our counties, it doesn't mean that that does not apply equally or equitably across the state and other counties. Just some additional comments from Santa Clara that per the comments you've heard, the work with the LEOP program has been much appreciated, with the work being diligent in terms of the structure as it exists. And they're looking forward to being able to find more functional efficiency in their relationship around LEOPs, with the implementation of their new assessment tax system. But again, they would like some support and make a recommendation around additional education for their board of their assessment appeals board members. As a reminder, San Francisco, so Joaquin Torres, assessor recorder in San Francisco, we have a compact 7x7 footprint that combines high property values with high complex ownership structures. Individual properties are frequently held through multiple layers of LLCs, trusts, partnerships, and out-of-state entities. That accurate legal entity tracking is essential to understand true ownership, and especially in the post-pandemic environment marked by commercial transitions, office conversions, and entity restructuring rather than direct sales, programs like LEOP are vital to ensuring fair and equitable property assessments. Just as a matter of context, in San Francisco, roughly 10% of parcels are owned by legal entities, and that's out of about a little over 211,000 properties in San Francisco. In last year of 2025, around 7 LEOPs with multiple properties within each of those were processed last year. And many of our comments echo almost directly what you've heard from other counties. The quality of the work is strong in our partnership. The staff are very collaborative and responsive. And like our sister counties, we often receive some findings years after the underlying event, and that delay has real consequences. So it's not about the quality of the work, it's just simply about the rate at which information is being provided to us at timing. Monthly notice of findings of those reports are detailed and reliable. The staff, as I mentioned, are responsive and collaborative when we ask questions and raise concerns. And amended reports are timely when there are analysis changes that we see. The primary concern that we face is that we face hard statutory deadlines, as you've heard, in which we have to act. We have a very small, just one-person team who's managing the growing volume of complex filings underscoring the importance of timely and accurate reporting. Those delays usually stem, in our opinion, from, of course, late taxpayer filings and the first in and first out processing model currently implemented by LEOP. For property tax purposes, we generally have 4 years from the date of transfer to act based on the event date as opposed to when LEOP notifies us. So it's actually the event date in terms of when that clock begins ticking, just to put a pin in that. As a result, when LEOP notices arrive after or close to the 4-year statute of limitations, we may have no legal ability to issue valid supplemental assessments or tax bills, as you heard Modoc County and our president from CAA mentioned in her presentation. For transfer tax purposes, the 3-year period runs from the date of notification, as I mentioned, not the transfer date. And although delays generally do not affect our ability to pursue transfer taxes, they can increase the risk that once that property is sold, it can limit our ability to collect on an unsecured debt. Just an observation there. There's a belief that these penalties don't really discourage any late filing. Given their structure, the penalty is 10% of the taxes on the new base year value, separate and apart from how real property is handled, with additional monthly penalties at 1.5% in San Francisco for those who are continually late filers. So just noticing the disparity there between how LEOPs are handled versus real property. I think that speaks for itself. Some recommendations that we have, again, I think we've talked about this already, but just improving the processing prioritization. Can we adjust that first in, first out so that we can prioritize cases that are near that 4-year statute of limitation to give us more time to process once we're notified? And then taking a look at the intent behind the penalties to discourage late filings. Does that framework appropriately encourage timely reporting? And does it adequately protect local tax revenues? We want fairness, we want consistency, we want timely compliance, not increased complexity, and again, very sensitive to the realities of people who find themselves in situations, as you mentioned, regarding thinking they had done something in good faith, or simply forgot about the timeline in which they needed to respond. Unfortunately, I've been in situations where I've had to talk to the treasurer and tax collector where there has been no remedy for someone who's had a late filing, even very small property owners who just simply had something skip their mind and there's no recourse for them. So I've seen that take place as well. It's just something that I think needs some attention is around the intention that we have around the structure of these penalties. We have a very strong working relationship with LEOP and the board, obviously, and any observation or recommendation that we have is intended to close the gaps in the current system to ensure that people are paying their fair share, promote consistent statewide enforcement, and protect our ability to collect taxes that are legally due. So we would love to continue partnering on this to just ensure that people are paying their fair share and building on what already works. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I see that we have a number of folks on the Teams call, and have we gotten any messages that someone would still like to present who's part of the Teams call? Oh, thank you. Well, thank you, LA County, for being here so strongly. I had several questions that I had intended to ask, and they all got answered through all the testimony that was offered up. So we really appreciate that. Members, do you have specific questions? Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great presentations. Always great to see our county assessors both in person and online. I did have a question about the uniform standards. Anybody can answer. Do counties apply uniform standards for evaluating LEOP referrals, or is it pretty scattered?
Shall we have Mr. Paul start us out, and then Mr. Torres, if you'd like to chime in also, we would welcome that.
So I think if you're talking more procedurally, so when we receive The LEOP through the portal, we review them, we print off our 100Bs, we bring them to our transfer analyst, and it basically, in Modoc County, it's done just as a normal commercial appraisal at that point. Our transfer analysts send out a change of ownership of their own to try to ascertain purchase price and anything that they can get in addition to the 100B filings. And we flag all of the properties that are involved for reappraisal.
Understood. From an operational standpoint, how resource intensive are penalty assessments and abatement requests for county assessors, and are there ways to streamline this process?
I'm gonna let LA and San Francisco take that because we have very few. I've applied 2 or 3 penalties in the last year, and actually none of them have appealed. So I don't think I'm a good case example, so I'm gonna let LA or San Francisco take that one.
So we'll take San Francisco first.
Sure, I'll give LA just a little bit of time to come in. Just per my earlier comments, I mean, the manner in which we're going through the processes, we find are working pretty efficiently for us in San Francisco. Again, that doesn't mean that there are discrepancies in other counties. But certainly for us, as I mentioned before, the work, especially with the AAB and the education that we've been promoting with those members, of course, respecting their independence, has led again to favorable findings for the assessor in our process in relationship to those fees and penalties.
Appreciate it. While I have you here, Mr. Torres, Assessor Torres, I wanted to talk about, are taxpayers clearly informed that LEOP data triggered the inquiry, and are they giving meaningful opportunity to appeal before a penalty is assessed?
I think that the onus, and I think this is complements what Los Angeles County was saying earlier, at any time, in any place, in any program, on any website, in any piece of information, any public hearing, the constant reminder of what the law requires is something that needs to be repeated again and again and again and again and again, whether it is a LEOP participant or whether it's a real property owner or otherwise, to ensure that people are aware of their obligations to pay, to notify and pay on time. Otherwise, those penalties and fees will be applied. As was noted earlier by the BOE, it's something that I have to constantly say in public, whether I'm talking to seniors, small business owners, or otherwise, is that I want to make sure that they are educated about the law. So I think that everyone can do a better part of consolidating information, as was being mentioned by Los Angeles with that one sentence in question. I'm sure that there's consolidated communications that can exist across the board on where the multitude of filings and documents that need to be submitted to respective bodies can be better consolidated and communicated to the taxpayer. Certainly that's something that we've talked about in relationship to Proposition 19 and the series of paper and the multitude of items that need to be submitted that can be very confusing. Per LA, you think you file one piece of paper and you think you're done, or you think you took care of something via legal advice, which may not have been strong, or legal advice that was provided without consultation or communication with our offices. I think that it's on all of us to continue to communicate to the public. Always reach out to us and ask the questions on what my obligations are, because ultimately, per the law, and we are ministers of the law, as it is written and as it exists, that if they do not follow it, or if they're not aware of it, there will be penalties and fines, irrespective of a, quote, good faith argument that can be manipulated at times. There's certainly examples when people just simply don't know, and we're very, very sensitive to that, which is why education, communication is so important.
I agree. And you can imagine that many can't afford legal representation. Costs quite a bit for a real estate attorney. So when you're speaking to members of the general public, to seniors, to families, like how do you best effectively communicate and get this message across? I know we participated in some of your workshops before, but where's the gap still existing?
I think the gap exists in just, the gaps can exist in multiple places for multiple reasons, depending on the constituencies that we're discussing and what those historical relationships of those constituencies are with government at every layer and at every level. Again, I think that what's most important is that we are as present as often as we can be as a matter of direct service and providing education opportunities to members of the public so they know what resources that are either free or available at low cost legal or otherwise, that they can take advantage of. It's why we've developed in San Francisco a partnership to provide free estate planning programs to ensure that communities that have typically been wary of engaging around property questions with government know that there is a trusted legal a body that can support them, and also making it much more accessible, making ourselves much more accessible as an office by virtue of popping up in neighborhoods, popping up at libraries, popping up in coffee houses, or senior centers or community centers, to let them know that there is a face to the name of this government office that can be punitive at times if they're not following the law, and making sure that we are there and available to answer any and all questions, not providing guidance or advice, making the appropriate referrals to nonprofit bodies that can provide free or at low cost legal services and legal guidance as they can do, so that all those questions and that education can be garnered, also in language as well.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Assessor Torres.
While you're up there, before you sit.
Hold on.
Real quick.
Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Assessor Torres, for your comments, and especially because you're one of the larger cities, and I know LA will probably come on in a minute here, but, and thinking of San Francisco, you know, you're the home to probably some of the largest companies that have been in ownership for many years.
Don't tell Santa Clara, because they were giving me shade at the recent swearing in.
But as a result of that, a lot of them have probably gone through a lot of renovations and improvements, which means they are subject to reassessment. Is that, and I'm assuming that's a task in itself, trying to keep up with all that.
It certainly is in San Francisco, especially at this time when we're experiencing the third consecutive year of extraordinarily high volume number of appeals across the board, both commercial and residential, that require our attention, with an ongoing stable, if not increasing workload, and a rising number of constituent queries that come to our office that normally would have touched those appraisers, but we've had to restructure in order to deal with those questions. But that is having an impact, focusing on those number of appeals that have increased 7-8 times than pre-pandemic numbers, with a limited increase in positions to address those appeals. That has had an impact and will for the next few years have an impact on the rate at which we're addressing changes in ownership and or new construction as assessable events. But we're paying very close attention to those statutory deadlines, which are shorter for the appeals, which is why we prioritize those, versus the longer timelines that we have, although still a deadline that we must reach statutorily to ensure that we don't lose any value in terms of new construction or changes in ownership. But that is a main focus and challenge and balancing act for us in San Francisco right now due to this unprecedented number of appeals that we've seen.
Well, you're basically answering my questions. That's one of the reasons I'm bringing it up, is that, you know, for you to take on another task right now, it sounds like you're really hitting it real close. And at the end of the day, I'm sure this could result in many properties not being reassessed in a timely manner and could just fall through the cracks at the end of the day.
I mean, that's the flag that we raise with our executive and legislative bodies, so that everyone is aware of the pressures that the office is under and the manner in which we're balancing the realities of the workplace with increased resources that we can use during this time, making them aware of the value of executive choice and restructuring, how those resources are being used to ensure fair and equitable taxation and valuation. But that's been our main focus in San Francisco, and we're balancing that and approaching it like a marathon that it is.
And given that situation and your experience, the LEOP program that we just heard about, how effective has it been in terms of assisting or providing guidance?
As I was mentioning, I think that the structure and the relationship is quite strong. The recommendations that we have are not about performance, but just rather about some potential operational changes or methodology changes. I totally understand the value of first in, first out approach, given just the volume of what the BOE has to manage with the resources that it has, but also just how do we balance that out with the realities of statutory deadlines that our jurisdictions across the state are facing that could benefit from some additional review of, in how items that may be reaching those statutory deadlines could be amended or adjusted in process so that we as assessor offices have more time to address those items, and so that we don't lose the opportunity to issue supplementals that would result in fair and equitable valuation and thereby fair and equitable taxes and resources that cities desperately need during this time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll just check in if LA County or Napa County have further comments to add on.
Madam Chair, if
Yes.
if I may, there were two questions I'd like to respond to.
Please.
So one question from the state controller member was about how people know about the 60-day abatement deadline. And we notify them by certified mail of the penalty and do a second notice also by certified mail, just to make sure they know about the 60-day abatement. The other point I wanted to mention is that Los Angeles County talked about the defense of a penalty abatement is completely different than the defense of a value. And a different team in our office, our title and team, handles penalty defenses, or at least the preparation of them. And those defenses depend on things like dates, proof of delivery, and the standard of willful intent, which is what the Assessment Appeals Board or the local Board of Equalization has to rule on. So I think that it is a workload, but it's an important workload because, as has been mentioned by all of the assessors, fairness and equity is what counts here. And we want to make sure that property owners, no matter of their size or wealth, are treated the same. And there are penalties for failure to return a change of ownership by regular people. There's penalties for failing to return a death of real property owner statement. And we want to make sure that all of those penalties are fairly applied and appropriately defended. I do want to echo what Assessor Torres said from the comment from Santa Clara County, that the AAB members and local Board of Equalization members should receive careful training on the abatement of penalty process, whether it's LEOP or change of ownership or death of a real property owner. And I haven't looked at the self-study program recently, although I've taken it, even though I'm not an AAB member. And I would suggest that the staff of the training team at the BOE, who are wonderful, might take a look if they wanted, if it's not there already, add a quick section on abatement of penalty, regardless of the nature of the penalty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, I saw LA County pop in and jump out there, but any last words from LA County?
Yes, briefly, the administration of the late penalty isn't as smooth as one would hope. I have to calculate the penalty, which is something I have to do as a one-off calculation. It's not system calculated. Hopefully I reference a mailing address that hopefully is correct. Sometimes the legal entity has its own mailing address separate from the mailing address that we have on file for normal assessment-related matters. That's an issue. So I send out a letter to them informing them of the penalty and of the right to appeal and the method of appeal. They then invariably give me a call back. I discuss this matter with them. They usually provide good cause over the phone, but I have to tell them, look, I can't be the prosecutor and the judge. You have to go to the appeals board to have this abated. the soonest the appeal hearing will be scheduled is 6 months out. So they're waiting and waiting on this appeal hearing. Assuming they have all their ducks in a row, they will go to the hearing. And if they succeed in having the penalty abated, then comes the refund issue. Like, these refunds don't go down the normal process of value reductions. It becomes a one-off refund, and because it's a one-off refund, it undergoes tremendous scrutiny from 2 different departments with tons of paperwork. And at the end of the day, I get a call from someone saying, hey, we can't send the refund to a P.O. box. I have to get back on the phone to the taxpayer and say, hey, look, do you have an actual physical address, not a P.O. box? We then have to send it certified. They have to be there in order to sign for it. It's really not ideal. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. And this is the layer that we were hoping to dig down to. So thank you so much. As we can take public comment on this item now, and we have no speaker cards from the auditorium, and we haven't received any letters on this one. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, do you have anyone who would like to comment on item 11 who's on the phone line?
If you would like to comment on item 11, please press 10. No one has queued up at this time.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of our assessors who participated and have pushed information to others who are going to be here. And it's my hope that we'll be able to accurately capture the input, and then we'd love to run that by you before bringing it back to the board so that we have a record of the valuable time that you've spent here. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you. And we're going to go on now to item 12, which is the academic perspective, analysis and review of data concerning changes in property ownership that have been performed by academic institutions. And joining us is Kirk Stark, who's the Barral Family Professor of Tax Law and Policy at UCLA. Thank you so much for traveling to Sacramento to be with us.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, so I guess first of all, I just want to say thank you to everybody, Chair Lieber and other members of the board, and especially the board staff and the prior speakers. And I actually just want to take a moment and single out in particular the assessor community. Whenever I come to Sacramento, I always learn so much. And I think especially from this crew of devoted professionals, I feel like I've really gleaned some important insights. I've been teaching a seminar for many years on Prop 13, and I'm making a list of guest speakers that I'll be able to invite to future iterations of that class. I wanted to focus my remarks, and there's going to be actually quite a bit of overlap, I think, with some of the prior comments, but maybe if I could add a little bit of sort of color and particularity to sort of draw attention to the long-term structural effects of these rules on the distribution of tax burdens in California. And I wanted to start out with just a few basic principles. The next slide, please. So it makes a lot of sense, I think. I think we all agree that it makes a lot of sense to tether property taxes to a change in ownership, to a market transaction. This is what Prop 13 did. People didn't like the idea of property taxes increasing simply by virtue of an increase in the value of property We've had that exact same problem in the federal income tax. That's why we have the realization doctrine for the federal income tax, where we don't tax property as it increases in value. We only tax it upon a sale or disposition of the property. So that's a perfectly reasonable impulse for people who are interested in the operation of a tax system to have. When you do this, I think it's essential for the legal system to make sure that we define the market transaction, whether it's a realization event in the context of the federal income tax or the change in ownership for Prop 13, to do so by reference to substance rather than to form. So in the federal income tax, for example, there are very detailed rules that treat certain transactions as a constructive sale, even though an actual sale has not taken place. And that's an effort to subscribe to this principle of elevating substance over form. Unfortunately, I think in a lot of ways, the current statutory rules in California relating to the definition of what constitutes a change in ownership have the opposite effect of elevating form over substance. I wanted to basically just use two simple examples to illustrate the effects of these rules. And I'm really talking specifically here about Revenue and Taxation Code Section 64, for those in the audience who have their tax codes with them and want to follow along. Section 64A, 64C, 64D, these specific provisions that we heard about in some detail earlier. So the first instance of this that I wanted to highlight is one that's probably very familiar to everybody here in the room. Next slide, please. Which is the acquisition of the Miramar Hotel on Ocean Avenue in Santa Monica, which gave rise to litigation and an eventual decision from the Second Appellant District regarding the appropriate way to view this transaction. So initially, in 2006, you can see from the slide there that the transaction, this was Michael Dell acquiring the hotel, was structured as a sale of real property. Is that a change in ownership under the Prop 13 rules? Yes, of course it is. Right? Somebody quickly realized, probably a tax lawyer or tax accountant, that this would have the effect of resulting in a reassessment, bringing all of the property up to its then fair market value. And so they restructured the transaction so as to avoid a change in ownership. So the next slide, please. So as you can see here, the new structure features, I think what Mr. Emron previously referred to as sort of complex and opaque ownership structure. So it is true that ownership structures over the past 40 years have grown in complexity and opacity. But I think what we're seeing here is that these rules, in particular Section 64A, are actually creating complexity and opacity. This would not have been done but for the way the statute is crafted. All right, next slide, please. So you can specifically see there that there was no one person who directly or indirectly had acquired control of Ocean Avenue LLC. Nobody has greater than 50%. And in consequence of that structure, it was not a change in ownership under Section 64C. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight something that people don't often talk about when we talk about this Ocean Avenue situation. This is the Miramar Hotel in 1950. Next slide, please. And this is what the Miramar Hotel is planned to look like 4 years from now. So what we can see from this is that there are very substantial changes underway in terms of the structure. Right? And that will have the effect of bringing that property, the improvements on top of the land, into the roll at its fair market value. So the true beneficiary or the true benefit or effect of the rules that we're talking about is actually the underlying land, right? And eventually, over time, structures are improved, they're rebuilt due to either physical deterioration or use obsolescence and such. And so there are reasons to create new structures, market reasons, and that's all for the good, right? It looks quite beautiful, especially with the sun setting. So I wanted to sort of highlight in particular not only how these rules are having the effect that we're seeing here, but also that the effect is differential as to structures versus land. So the next slide, please. Yeah, that's good. Previous slide. There, thank you so much. So this is the Walt Disney Studios. Next one after that, please. Walt Disney Studios in Burbank, not too far from our house. I have very fond memories of this place. My wife worked at Disney for years. Our younger daughter went to daycare inside that rectangle there for a period of time. And what you're seeing here is a comparison of the 1983 assessed valuation to the 2023 assessed valuation for this same 43 acres there. And in 1983, the improvements made up 70.8% of the total assessed valuation of this property, and the land was 29.2%. If you fast forward 40 years, so this is 3 years ago now, you can see that the land now constitutes only 2.3% of the total assessment of the Disney studios, and the improvements constitute the 97.7%. So the point here is, again, the same thing that we observed with regard to the Ocean Avenue Miramar Hotel. Gradually over time, really what these rules are doing, you might almost think of it as it's a disappearing land tax. Right? The property tax is really two different taxes. It's a tax on land and it's a tax on structures. Well, by virtue of these rules, the land tax is gradually disappearing, at least with regard to property that is owned by legal entities. Next slide, please. So we can look in comparison to the Burbank studios. This used to be a part of Warner Brothers. Now it's a multi-tenant area with several sound stages and mixed use. So it's not exactly perfectly apples to apples, but it's pretty close, and it's only 2 blocks away. And the thing about the Burbank studios is it was actually recently sold, actually even subsequent to the data that I have up there. But as you can see, the Burbank studios, because it's been recently sold, the land is assessed at $8.5 million per acre. The land of the Disney studios is assessed at $260,000 per acre. So that's a very, very dramatic difference. I personally felt like I had to look up my own home. And we don't live in a particularly fancy neighborhood. We're in the San Fernando Valley. And our land is currently assessed, and this is based on a 20-year-old, we bought our home 20 years ago, 2005, at $4.8 million. Right, so I think it's, part of that is there's a morale issue around that. When homeowners begin to see that their own land is being assessed at $2, $3, $4 million per acre. Obviously, we don't own a full acre, right? So we have a tiny fraction of an acre. Whereas the Disney Studios is paying $260,000 per acre. It's the kind of thing that sort of calls for a system-wide reevaluation. Next slide, please. I have a colleague, next slide, who's a relatively young public finance economist, David Albuie. He used to be at Michigan, now he's at University of Illinois, who has looked fairly recently at metropolitan land values. Next slide, please. And as you can see here in Los Angeles, in this statistical metropolitan area in Los Angeles, Long Beach puts the average land value per acre at 2.6 million. Obviously, it depends on where you are in that geography, right? So $260,000 per acre this is what's happening here is this is a function of Section 64A, which, I'll read again. The transfer of ownership interests shall not be deemed to constitute a transfer of the real property of the legal entity. That's Section 64A. That was introduced in 1979, and it may have made sense at the time. I don't think that either the Disney situation or the Michael Dell Miramar Hotel situation, I don't think it's at all a loophole. This is not a loophole. This is a conscious policy choice. It's as much of a loophole as, say, opening a 401k account is a loophole. There's a reason why Michael Dell prevailed in that litigation, because what he did was perfectly consistent with the state statute. Right? There was nothing bad or nefarious about it at all. This is what we have chosen to do. We have chosen to look the other way when there's an actual change in ownership, but there's not a change in control under Section 64C. Next slide, please. I have a couple slides here that I'll finish with, and then some data from Los Angeles. I just wanted to highlight the fact that among economists, this is William Vickery. He's, I think, what most people would consider to be kind of more on the left, more of a progressive orientation in his opinions and his work. Recall that I said that the property tax is really two taxes. It's a tax on structures and a tax on land. From an economic perspective, the tax on structures is bad. Why? Because it discourages productive economic behavior of building and improving structures. The tax on land is good because land is in fixed supply. If we can tax land more and structures less, it should be a win-win, right? Instead, what Prop 13 is doing through Section 64A is delivering the exact opposite effect. We're taxing structures more and land less. So we have it exactly backwards. Next slide, please. Even from the more conservative end of the spectrum, Milton Friedman, the property tax is one of the least bad taxes because it's levied on something that cannot be produced, that part that is levied on the land. And so even if we all have an understandable antagonism toward taxation in general, right? The least bad tax is a tax on land. It's the type of tax that interferes the least with productive economic behavior. So how have these changes had effect on the ground over time? Next slide, please. This is from the extraordinarily helpful website of the Los Angeles County Tax Assessor. Next slide, please. We can see here what composition, the composition of the total assessed valuation of real property in Los Angeles as between residential on the one hand, that is combining single family and residential rental versus commercial industrial. And the data here are shown from 1975 to 2018. Next slide, please. So I just highlighted this in brighter, bigger red to make sure everybody could see it. But in 1975, the commercial industrial component of the Los Angeles County tax base was 46.6%. Fast forward to 2018, next slide, please. And it's 28.9%. Now that was 7, 8 years ago. So on the plane up this morning, I looked up the more recent data on the website. Next slide, please. And you can see that at 2025, commercial and industrial property as a share of the total tax base represents merely 10.4% of the entire property tax base of a county that's larger than most states. Right? So it is now overwhelmingly a residential property tax. And so it really speaks to, I don't mean to suggest that these changes are due entirely to the effects of these legal rules, but these legal rules are an important contributor to this long-term structural effect. It's tricky because there are lots of different ways you could address this. There are constitutional reforms, there are statutory reforms, there are administrative reforms, and then there are enforcement reforms, right? And probably some of this needs to be done at different levels. And I applaud everyone who's been attempting to manage the operationalizing the Section 64 rules on the ground with the LEOP program. That's really a heroic effort. But probably some attention needs to be given to this at a higher level, either through changes to the statute or possibly even amendments to the Constitution. Thank you so much for inviting me and hearing me out.
Well, thank you so much. We are so thankful that you were able to travel here from the LA area. And members, do you have any questions for the professor? Professor Stark? Mr. Vasquez.
As I listened to your thank you for the presentation. I wasn't aware of the shift, and the shift just happens, I guess, because of the value we're talking about it. And I'm just thinking about the fires that just took place in the Palisades. And, these poor folks that lost, in some cases, their business and their home because they own the two properties. They happen to own the two properties. And they're still going to get a tax bill. But the tax bill is because, from what I understand, 60% of your tax bill is based on the land, not the structure, which goes to what you were just saying here.
Yeah. I suspect that it varies by parcel and by area, but that's probably somewhere approximately true. And I concur wholeheartedly about the fire. Both my mother and my in-laws lost their homes in the Eaton fire. And so we've been dealing with that for the past year.
Wow.
Thank you.
Other questions? No other questions. Do you have any thoughts about what we've heard about technical operation of the LEOP program? It sounds like most of your focus would be on statutory or even more difficult constitutional changes. My one thought, which may not be all that helpful, is really a thought about resources. It does seem like the task that has been imposed on county assessors is something that's very significantly at variance with what county assessors normally do. Their focus is on real property within their borders, but the ownership of legal entities is an entirely different beast. There's no reason to think that that's in any way localized, because obviously you have to focus not just on direct ownership, title holder, but also indirect ownership. So there may be out-of-state, multi-state, multinational, foreign owners of entities that the transfer of which would implicate the operation of these provisions. So I don't think in 1979, it perhaps wasn't a big enough issue to focus on at this level, that there would be a need to have a
staff of tax administrative officials who could not just assess the value of property, but also police transfers of stock, partnership interest, LLC membership interest, et cetera. There's a sort of square peg, round hole problem there about imposing that on the county assessor's office. And I suspect if there were a larger statewide investment in this, it could ease some of that burden. But I say that as an outsider to this. So take that for what it's worth.
Okay. Mr. Emron has a question.
Thank you. I did have a follow-up. A great presentation. I really liked your slides to kind of help paint the picture. So what portions of the inefficiencies do you identify attributable to LEOP versus constitutional constraints? And you mentioned that a little bit in your presentation. And big picture, what's your fixed proposal here? If you were in our seat, if you were a member of the legislature or even a county assessor?
Well, at the level of constitutional reform, you have far more degrees of freedom to craft a system that is consistent with divergent preferences and how to structure a property tax. If you intervene at the statutory level, for example, by making amendments to Section 64, then there's still going to be some administrative burden associated with that. Because you can't just, say, go to a split roll, for example, via statutory change, right? That would not be allowed. However, you could use certain mechanisms, such as rebuttable presumptions about transfers of ownership that would at least shift or share some of the burden to property owners rather than having county assessors have to go out and track it down. We do that already, obviously, with reporting requirements. But, that's I was struck in particular by the story about the individual who was a real estate appraiser in Santa Barbara for so long and didn't even know about that. That doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, this is as arcane as it gets. The LEOP program, except for folks in this room, of course. It's not an intuitive system. And I think that reflects the statutory structure. The statutory structure was designed to craft some kind of compromise nearly 50 years ago in a different political moment.
So what is the fix, sir? If you could make one proposal.
I hesitate to do that because I, would more often than not kind of trip over myself with these proposals. But I have great sympathy for the heterogeneity in county types in California. Los Angeles County is very different from, say, Modoc County. Right? This would require constitutional reform, but you could imagine maybe even a local option split roll, where a county could decide if it wants to go in the direction of adopting a split. There would be complications to that. It would create disparities among counties, but there's no reason that you would have to impose it on every county. It's possible to have a constitutional amendment that would give counties the opportunity, but not the obligation, to take this on. It may also be the case that there are administrative hurdles in some counties that are less burdensome in other counties, perhaps.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Well, thank you so much, Professor, for being here today. We got one more question for you. Uh-oh. Go ahead, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your research, especially, I'm assuming you've looked at other states. How are other states handling in this Prop 13 issue?
Well, the one other state that the sort of highest profile instance of having a change in ownership type provision is Florida. And Florida applies it only for owner-occupied housing. So they don't have any of these issues. Yeah. And so, you know, Florida's lovely. I have many friends who live in Florida. I don't often think of it as a guide for stellar interventions in tax policy, but to my way of thinking, they probably have the edge on that. That's not to say that we should, boom, overnight, switch over. I think there was a kind of understandable reluctance back in 2020 to move to the split roll, especially in 2020 since it was right in the middle of the pandemic. So, you know, people can be forgiven for not jumping into that at that particular moment. You know, maybe some transition towards something like that, perhaps with a local option feature, perhaps with you know, some attention to the peculiarities of the transition that we would face that obviously Florida didn't have to face since they didn't go down the path of treating commercial and industrial property this way.
Okay, well, we will cut it off there and we'll be in touch. Thank you so much, Professor. We really appreciate you coming and sharing your knowledge. And we're going to take public comment on item 12. We don't have anyone in the auditorium that I'm seeing making a rush up here. And no written communications. We'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone who's hoping to make a comment on item 12?
Please press 1, then 0 for item 12. No one has queued up at this time.
Thank you so much. And we'll go on now to our last item, which is item 13, major stakeholders perspective. And we have with us Lenny Goldberg, who is policy director of the California Tax Reform Association. And I just wanted to indicate, although Mr. Goldberg is a legend in Sacramento, he's also a real person. But the California Tax Reform Association includes SEIU, CTA, CFT, CNA, AFSCME, UDW, CPF, PEG, the State Building Trades, and the California Budget and Policy Center. So thank you so much for traveling from another state to be here with us today.
I can't say I'm speaking for all of those folks.
You might want to turn on your mic.
What? I can't say I'm speaking for all of those folks. They have a lot of different views, but the organization has worked on progressive tax policy, and I've done that for many years. There are many things to pick up on. I want to start with LEOPS, though. I was very impressed with their presentation, and I say that because for many years I had a researcher who went around and found what seemed to be real changes in ownership that were not being picked up by LEOPS. So in the past, we had a number of criticisms of how the LEOPS program, which is very, as Kirk Stark said, not many people know about it. We were quite critical of the way it may have missed or not understood changes of ownership, had a number of meetings. I think they obviously have moved well beyond that. But the problem, and I'm really going to talk about statutory and not administrative, and not constitutional, as many of you may know. I was deeply involved in the split roll effort. Also, last year, you may remember, and this jibes with what Kirk Stark just said, I made a presentation about land only, about how important it is to really address the land issue. In the estimates done by the University of Southern California program, land the failure to assess land represents about 50 in commercial industrial only, 50 or 60% in the county, some counties 70% of the underassessment of commercial and residential property. So that's a constitutional question. Where LEOP started, and I want to say, is really not part of, and this is the law, this is not their issue. Change in control is never been and mentioned in Proposition 13. Proposition 13 speaks to change in ownership, not control. Now, LEOP slides and Professor Stark's slides show how changes of ownership can occur with no reassessment occurring. And that has to do with change of control, which is purely a legislative construct that does not follow Prop 13. Prop 13 says a change in ownership. Now, we could define a change in ownership in a number of ways, such as the sale of a share of stock or a piece of an LLC. But in any case, it's not, change of control has no basis in the concept of change in ownership. In the question of original co-owners and the complexity of when a reorganization occurs, the law actually does what I'm going to argue is the right thing, which is it says, and a cumulative change of 50% of ownership shares generates a reassessment. Now, that's done after a corporate reorganization. And one question I actually have for, not probably to discuss today, but for assessors and for LEOPs, is how often, when there has been a reorganization, has that cumulative 50% standard should be applied. But I would argue that, and I would ask, probably not going to happen, but the Board of Equalization to recommend a change in law that is consistent with Proposition 13, that when there is a cumulative change of ownership of 50% of shares, of stock, of positions in an LLC, so that when the 5 of us here buy a property, there's a change of ownership. Or if 3 of us buy 60% of a property, there is a change of ownership, a cumulative 50% change. Now, where that's really important is with regard to, and this is the norm, I want to say, we can say people can manipulate the law, as that Dell slide showed, they manipulated the law. But in the normal course of doing business, of real estate transactions, shares change ownership regularly, not necessarily to avoid the law, but 3 of us will sell out and other people will buy into partnerships that are LLC. So it's part of the normal course of doing business is not reflected in the law that requires 50 plus 1%. So I want to give you 2 slides if the first one could come up. Now, and let me say that the basic flaw in the law, where it fails to capture changes in ownership, are for publicly traded corporations. And that is to say, when I've tried to find out how often does change of ownership occur for a publicly traded corporation, how quickly does 50% turnover? I asked 3 different AIs, and they all said under a year, several months or under a year, 50% of a publicly traded corporation changes ownership, except for those that might be more closely held, or things like real estate investment trusts, which are more closely held, and they turn over a year or a couple of years, not over a matter of months. Now, if we look at this chart done by USC Data, Equity Research Institute, You see in commercial industrial, now it's about 10 years old, so this is going to change some, but there are massive numbers of properties that are at 1975 values. This was done in 2015, 2016. Which makes it just 40 years old instead of 50 years old. So 40 years old, and who are these properties? If somebody has died in those 40 years, it's been reassessed. We have inheritance for homes, but not for commercial industrial property. Likely because many industrial properties have, and Professor Stark pointed this out, have multiple base years, that the likelihood of that large line of 1975 values is on land. That the land has not changed ownership, but when you have larger properties, multiple base years, you'll have new construction, and that will have occurred much more earlier, or much later, anywhere along the line. So also the likelihood, we can't show this directly, but for smaller, it may be that smaller properties have changed ownership, but very likely that these properties are held by publicly traded corporations. So when I looked at Chevron, for example, virtually all their property is at 1975 value. The law, that is the law. They don't change ownership, even though their stock has probably changed ownership of 50 times since they were last reassessed. But Prop 13 says a change in ownership, not a change of more. Nobody has the ability to buy more than 50% of Chevron. So let's see, second slide. And this was mentioned by the letter from Tom Steyer, that 84% of if you looked at reassessment of commercial industrial, 84% of the value comes from 6.6% of the properties greater than $5 million. Now, which are those properties? Arguably, publicly traded corporations that own large amounts of this property, or real estate investment trusts that then hold land under that in LLC. And I want to reemphasize that it's not really the assessor's traditional role to dig into financial arrangements. It's their traditional role to look at property and reassess it. So the missing piece here really is for publicly traded corporations, but also the cumulative changes of ownership that have occurred since 1975, since 1985, since the year 2000. The solution is pretty simple. Senator Quentin Kopp, an independent from San Francisco, did a bill in 1991 that would have said cumulative change of ownership is considered, and for publicly traded corporations or for REITs or those that are regularly traded, that would be a rebuttable presumption that they would trade ownership in whatever years the assessors need to make those changes, but 3 years, 5 years, it's certainly much shorter than that, not asking them to do it every year. Later, and in this discussion we had with Quentin Kopp, I'm going to recognize and respect and urge you for the late Joel Fox, who passed away recently. He said to Quentin Kopp, and we were in the room together, that change is consistent with Prop 13, that a change that said a change of ownership that was cumulative 50% for legal entities is consistent with Prop 13. And we debated all over the state on Prop 13 and various issues, but in that Quentin Kopp bill, he definitely agreed, and we're sorry to have lost him. He was a very honest person, and we didn't agree a lot, but we got along very well, and he definitely endorsed the notion that this was consistent with Prop 13, that it didn't change Prop 13, it was the way the legislature needed to act. Shortly after that, John Dutra, who was a commercial real estate broker, came to Sacramento and said, this law is really messed up because I know it personally, I've dealt with it many times, let me change it. And of course, he got hammered by all the business interests and backed off. And then later, Martha Scutia proposed the same kind of change. And I would recommend that to deal with the many problems that LEOPS faces and that the assessors face, and that really exist for land and for publicly traded corporations that change ownership consistent with Prop 13 every year. I don't think that when the anticipation of Prop 13 was that Chevron would be still at 1975 values. So this is a reform that the legislature can do. It would be wonderful if the Board of Equalization to say we want to take some of that burden of tracking all this stuff off the assessors and off the BOE and would sponsor such a bill. It will take legislation, and we encourage you to really examine this and look at the detail. There are obviously implementation issues. For LLCs, they'll need to report if there's a 20% change and then a 40% change, and they'll report cumulative changes to the assessors, which would trigger a reassessment. But it's certainly far easier than trying to poke back into the depths of the way property is transferred or not transferred, or shares are not transferred. So, I really appreciate the opportunity to do this. I do appreciate the efforts that LEOPS has been making and the improvements that have been there. I do think the problem lays with the statute and not with the Board of Equalization, although I'm sure there are administrative changes that will coming out of this hearing that you can also do. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Goldberg? Yes, I received Mr. Schaefer's indication that he needs to leave in several minutes. So we'll miss you, but we'll be thinking about you. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Goldberg? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here with us today and being accessible. We really appreciate your efforts as a thought leader for California. And so we're going to ask for public comment on item 13. If there's anyone in chambers who would like to comment on item 13, we have not received written communication, so we'll go out to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please tell us if there's anyone on the line who's hoping to speak on item 13.
There is no one in queue at this time.
Thank you so much. Well, members, that brings us down to closing remarks on the informational hearing. I appreciate everyone's patience through this. This could have easily been 2 hearings, but I commit to not doing, I'll skip a chance at doing a full-blown hearing on this, but we will get information back from the assessors and from our academic partners and our thought leaders and others who are here today. And I just wanted to thank everyone for participating in this. This concludes our current informational hearing on the legal entity ownership program. And our last item for today is closing remarks. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, thank you for bringing this to our attention, the hearing. I learned a lot about this. I thought I knew more about it than what was presented today. Obviously, there's a lot that could be done, and we need to continue this conversation and discussion. But in closing remarks, I know our Vice Chair, Ted Gaines, brought it up earlier about the passing of our U.S. Rep, Doug LaMalfa, and I figured we should adjourn in his honor as well. And then I wanted to just also mention, in my district, we had the loss of a Reverend, Dr. William Sachs Epps, the retired senior pastor of the Second Baptist Church of Los Angeles, who was known for his tireless champion for equity. He died of cancer on January 12th at the age of 80 years old. For nearly 38 years, Epps served as a visionary senior pastor of the historic Second Baptist Church of Los Angeles, where his leadership transcended the pulpit to touch every corner of the city. He devoted his career to service through his advocacy for affordable housing, community revitalization, and spiritual empowerment. His tenure as Second Baptist Church, which began in 1987, was marked by an expansive community outreach. At one point, the church operated multiple shelters for unhoused women and served more than 30,000 meals annually. Epps' legacy extended far beyond his service to his church. He served for the more than 3 decades as a commissioner of the Affordable Housing Commission of LA, where his leadership advanced innovative housing efforts that saved lives and strengthened communities. Reverend Dr. William Sachs Epps is survived by his wife, Agreta, daughters Jacqueline, Andrea, and 3 grandchildren. Now I want to also remember Myra Jimenez, who was shot. Actually, she was an elementary school teacher, and she was actually shot by her husband in one of these domestic violence situations that took place in North Hollywood on January 21st in Glendale. He was actually a firefighter that just kind of snapped. But Myra Jimenez was a member of the United Teachers of Los Angeles, a non-denomination-oriented minister who enjoyed presiding over weddings, but her greatest impact was as a teacher at the Wilshire Park Elementary School. And a vigil was held at the school. She was described as a dedicated patient and model educator. Students said they loved Ms. Jimenez's ability to make learning fun and accessible to them, while her colleagues and student parents admired her genuine passion for teaching. Information regarding Myra's Jimenez's surviving family members was not immediately available, but I just wanted to mention that. And then also, I'd be remiss if we didn't close in honor of the 3 individuals that we lost. Well, actually, I take it back. The 2 people that we lost in Minnesota, Renee Good, the 37-year-old writer and poet who lived in Minneapolis with her partner and her 6-year-old child who was fatally shot by ICE agent on January 7th. And Alex Preddy, the 37-year-old intense care nurse for the United States Department of Veteran Affairs, who was fatally shot by the Border Control agents on January 25th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Mr. Imran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for putting this forward. It's pretty eye-opening, and it gives me a lot to think about. I also want to thank the Board of Equalization staff, specifically Ms. Lauren Keach, our county assessor partners, UCLA Law School, the California Tax Reform Association, and everyone that presented today for their thorough discussions and very informative. Today's hearing enforces that the legal entity ownership program is essential to preserving fairness and integrity in California's property tax system, particularly as ownership structures become more complex and less transparent. At the same time, the data we reviewed makes clear that challenges remain: persistent late filings, continued reliance on post-transaction discovery, and administrative burden placed on BOE and county assessors are not merely technical issues, they are indicators of where the system can be strengthened, especially looking at laws around changing in ownership and what that triggers. As a board, we have our responsibility to ensure that LEOP is not only legally sound, but operationally effective, equitable in its application, and worthy of public trust. Today's discussion provides a strong foundation for continued oversight, and future improvements. And I look forward to seeing how Board of Equalization staff incorporates these insights into ongoing modernization and compliance efforts. So I want to thank you, and I just want to do a quick personal in memoriam. I lost an uncle last week. He was 90 years old. His name is Abdul Azim Barami. He was an incredible pioneer in the Afghan American community. Received his master's degree at the University of Purdue and was a professor at the University of Cincinnati. He was a grandpa, a father, and even a great-grandpa. But it's been a tough way to start the year. But I'm gonna miss him. He taught me a lot, and may his memory live on forever. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emran, and we'll be thinking of your uncle. Thank you. And I know that Vice Chair Gaines wanted to speak to the loss of Mr. Joel Fox. And so we will defer that to next month to give him the opportunity to do so. Because I think he had some special remarks planned, but was not able to be here for the end of the meeting. So we want to recognize that loss and also allow that to happen, the commemoration to occur when the vice chair is here. So I'd like to say that our next board meeting is scheduled for Wednesday and Thursday, February 25th and 26th. 2026 at 10 a.m. right here at the May Lee Office Complex in Sacramento, California, and we will adjourn our meeting at 4:34 p.m.